God damn it, you people. You fucking broke it. What a shit emote. I don't know. It's kind of cute. I don't know. Some of the hype emotes are kind of good, okay? They're kind of good in their own way. Just run it manually. Ah! I don't wanna. All right, I'm gonna swing over. We're using the chibi model today. It's Mini Monday. Hi. Also, the fishing game is open. It's open. It's down there. It's invisible. Chat. We had some crazy shit that happened this weekend. Good Lord. Let me see. Okay, so on the nerd side here, we have, let me think. What do we have? We have V-Card completely redid their rules because they got absolutely roasted at their first launch. Riot Games just released or just announced that the TCG that they were making is called Riftbound, and so now we're going to get a League of Legends trading card game. And probably my favorite news of the entire weekend, Grums is a massive piece of shit and is finally getting called out for it. And even more shit has come out about Grums, and he is absolutely losing his fucking mind. On the other hand, I have also learned I have recently been being too nice to Grums. Who's Grums? Mark Kern. Mark Edward Kern. Like the Minecraft Grums? No. Be meaner. Yeah. Listen here, Grums. If you ever see this, you're a weirdly sex-obsessed little pest who needs to get off the fucking internet. Oh, and stop taking advantage of your family. Stop setting up shell companies under your mother's name to steal money from the government. Can we throw them into a volcano? Big head. Wow. Can we throw him into a volcano? I wish. I really do. That man needs to be thrown into a volcano. In like what is it? Like a sin eater sort of way? Like he's devoured all the hubris and negativity of man and now must be thrown to the gods to absolve all of humanity. My source is Marin. I don't like Grums. Nobody likes Grums. To the point where it was proven that he apparently threw a baby back fit when one of Ubisoft's, I think it was developers or like head developer of some kind for Assassin's Creed Shadow, ratioed him on Twitter. So then it was proven that basically Grums went and bought likes so that he wouldn't be ratioed anymore. With me being sick, I cast Armstrong. No!
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Do you think Grums would give a volcano a stomachache? I think he would. I think Grums would give a stomachache. Okay. Here is the source. Amen. Wait, which source? Listen, no, there's somebody who did a way better job at. Hold on. Do I still have the picture? Let me get the quote from this man on like how to hate. Give me a second. I need to find it because I actually yoinked it out of the video and sent it to someone. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. If you're truly hating correctly, you will take the requisite time to learn everything about the subject you are hating on, just to hate better, to hate deeper, and to hate more efficiently and effectively. I wasn't hating efficiently and effectively enough. I'm sorry, chat. This man went into tax filings to find out that, I'm not joking, I'm going to use all the words available to me, that Grums, for more than 20 years, has been running a fucking multiple websites, usually blank cat fights, where he would hire prawn stars to fight each other and he would videotape them. It's not just that. He also lesbian catfighting ring. He had a lesbian catfighting ring. And I've mentioned Mark Kern before in mention to Red 5 Studio, the company that made Firefall. One of the purchases that Grums made while at Red 5 Studio while making Firefall was 3 Red Dragon cameras. There's the ad break. If you're missing this now, I am so sorry. I am not going to stop because I'm in it. He bought 3 Red Dragon cameras. goodness, hold on. Oh my goodness. I was gonna use the pray emote, but I can't because it's down. Wait, is 7TV down? Wait, is 7TV down? Sorry, my throat like did something weird. All right, where was I? Oh, the cameras. If anybody doesn't know what red cameras are, these are like top tier 4K cameras. Now, mind you, he did this in 2013 or 2014 when 4K really hadn't started showing up outside of like cinematic level cameras, which is what red cameras are. And just the cameras alone go for about 40 to 50K a piece. And you can't run a red camera by itself. You have to buy multiple hundreds upon thousands of dollars of accessories to even have a functioning camera. If anybody doesn't know what a red camera looks like when you just buy the base camera, it is a metal box with a mirror on one end that you still have to buy a lens for. Otherwise, that shit is gonna break. Yes, Rivet, we're talking about the guy again. Mainly because I did not learn the level of depravity this man had gone into. And I have not been hating efficiently enough. I have been giving this man too much of a benefit of the doubt. I need to start calling it as I is, and he is a weird ass pervert with too much time on his hands. But talking about these cameras, 2013, 2014, he spent $150,000 of Red 5 Studios money buying these cameras that a game that was still in beta did not need. Now, Red 5 Studios shuts down, and I believe 2015, and at the time there's the head devs and like CEO have, quote, a personal lockup, which is basically just like a locker and stuff. Inside Grum's, people reportedly found red accessories, these camera accessories, but nobody has been able to locate the cameras. And according to the person who like made this video, aka if you look it up on YouTube, it's the Goonernomicon, something like that. It's so good, you have to watch. It's like less than 40 minutes. But to understand the depravity of this man is fucking insane. I want a new wiggle. Wait, a new wiggle? But we already have 2.0 wiggle. Why is there therapy? Because we're going to be playing Outlast Trials. Of course, everybody knows every major TCG nerd has to go to therapy. Duh. Welcome back from the ad break, guys. You missed some of the hating. Quick rundown real quick. Mark Hearn bought 3 50K cameras, seemingly absconded with them when the company shut down. And in recent years, they were actually able to route the metadata from the photos and videos that he used on his lesbian catfight websites. And found out that he has, in fact, been using the cameras as well as at least one lens that was definitely bought by Red 5 Studio. I seen was that nobody bothered to re-upload his stuff elsewhere. Yeah, there was one that was like, I don't remember which, was it Latina Catfight? I think was one of them. There's Russian Catfight. There's Latina Catfight. I'm trying to remember what the original base website was. You also can't forget that for over 20 years, Grum's also attempted to be a anime girl on the internet, claiming that what was her name? Debbie Chan, I think is what he called himself. Just keeps doing kickflips in our sessions, kind of like an ASDF skit. Oh my god, skateboard. Would you like to go ride skateboard? Yeah, yeah, Skeleton. Yeah. It gets worse though. He is like some of the stuff that he's done like tons of financial crimes in the sense that he constantly makes new faux companies. Basically, they're real or they're nonprofits to like loophole his way out of paying taxes. But he doesn't even do it with his own name. He uses his mother's name. Mind you, Grums is over 60 years old. The last time this man had a claim to fame was supposedly the petition he turned into Blizzard HQ to try and get classic WoW made. But according to like even all of his like Blizzard statements and everything, he claims that he's like the reason classic original vanilla WoW was like successful and stuff. It turns out this man's only contribution to World of Warcraft was writing the copyright and the like the fair share use thing in the EULA. That's all he did. That's all he did. And that's not to mention that apparently he also had an email registered under his name, named Pretty Little Girl. And there was an underscore between all of those. You're just gonna, that one was rolled over pretty quick in the video, and I'm gonna roll over it just as quick. His 80-year-old mother owns everything, actually. She doesn't actually. He uses her name. He just does it. Because you can do that, weirdly enough. If it's like family members and stuff, you can start businesses in family members' names. How dumb can one man be? Exactly. That's the thing too, is he uses the same addresses for these businesses. Sometimes not always the same names, which is how people found out that these websites were his. Is because he wasn't smart enough to like actually like change his, he uses his real name in these emails. Hi, Roderick. It's insane. It's insane. It's like the depravity of this man is far beyond what I expected. I think me and Faye talked about it once on stream when we were going over it, of OPSEC as U.S. administration level of OPSEC. Listen, yeah, pretty much. OPSEC is clean. How clean is it? We're here for your cheese and food? Well, I have bad news. I went to the grocery store today to get specifically cheese, and my grocery store was fucked because apparently their cooling units went out sometime recently since I've last been there, and there was no cheese. There was no cheese. I was upset. There was no cheese. There was no cured meats. I was going to make a giant loaf of garlic bread. I bought 4 cloves of garlic to roast and do that. And now I just have 4 cloves of garlic sitting around. Saving you from yourself. I have cured meats. Yeah. What were they ill with? No, the coolers. The coolers were just dead. Like, I guess they just broke. And so they took everything out. And I guess the guy I asked that they had like shoved them in the back of dairy. And when I asked him, I was like, oh, can you show me? And he was like, no, I mean, it's in storage. I was like, oh my fucking God. The point for cured meats was resistance to cooling failures. Only momentarily. Only momentarily. Wait, are those some of Vex's new emotes? Because, oh, Vex has the debut today, doesn't she? Oh, Vex does still have the grow emote. Oh, it's in the preview there. Oh, she's live. All right, hold on. Hold on. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Hold on. Oh, wait. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, right. She got an entire fucking anime episode made for her lore video. Oh, I think that was just the end of it. I still can't believe she's only just reaching 2.0. Granted, I think technically we started around the same time. So I guess that makes sense. But she's also had like 6 different outfits. Okay, yeah. She's 45 minutes in and just finished her lore video. Jesus. Okay, never mind. I'm not going to sit around and wait to see that shit. True. But she's also one of the VTubers that skyrocketed like to partner in 3 months. In like, I don't remember if it was less than 3 months. It was about 3 months. I have to re-debut for each. It's not even a re-debut. I wouldn't say re-debut. It's just like debut is showing off anything new, at least to my brain. At least sometimes. I know some people that feel like that'll get like, was it like cheap models, like flavor of the month models that are like quick made, like $100 models that somebody's just doing super fast, basically off of a template, and they'll still do like a debut for it, and I'm like, nah. I've still never done technically a debut. Have I? No, I sort of. No, I wouldn't say I really did one for the 3D model. I'm just like, hey guys, We're going to start using this 3D model starting today and going forward. Did you get new earrings? Did you debut it? Coco, what is wrong? What is the deal? What are you whining at? Hi. Hi. Okay. Your Pixel Boy was kind of like a debut. Oh. I do someone called Dabe Ew. 9 outfits since I made my debut. Jesus. How many outfits? I have PNGs of outfits. I don't have any models. Like, I have, like, this model has, where is it? Has, like, this. And this is entirely unique to the Chibi model. This was just a goofy, cozy outfit. And my glasses. Can't forget my glasses. All right. Yeah, the old plushie PNGs. How hype you are for it. Hoodie debut stream, let's go. No, I just mean, like, if you're rehashing something, yeah, I can see that. Or if, like, if you're having, like, a change in, like, aesthetic, sort of. Like, their debut win. Okay, now you're just taking the piss with me. Now you're just taking the piss. What's wrong? What's wrong, Grins? You wanted this. You wanted this. What's next? You don't want the bobblehead either? Who the fuck are? Oh my god, Coco. All right, I think Coco needs to go out. So give me just a brief second to run down the hallway and let her out. And I'll be right back. Okay. Jesus, Roderick. No, we've had this one. Let me think. On models, I think all we have is the 2 base ones. Oh goodness, sorry. This cozy outfit on the Chibi. And then what was the other one? And then technically the 2.0, the 2.0 base outfit. Although there are a couple outfits. There's like a streetwear outfit, a teacher outfit, a couple other things. I think I did have one that was technically like a shoutcaster, but again, those were PNGs. Big booba yellow model. Oh, that was a like purchase to use model that I just like recolored. And even then why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? Just like some noodles. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Badass Design. Also hope you're having a lovely day. I'm having a great day. Hold on. This is so weird. Yeah. Why isn't it not working? There's hair off. Oh, it wasn't logged in for some reason. Connecting. Okay. Yui! How are you doing, Yui? Model not working. No. Okay, hold on a second. I need somebody's input really quick. I hate this new Discord, what do you call it? Like interface when you have like a game, something that the Discord thinks is a game. How the fuck do I change this? Because it is all over the place. It's covering shit. It's like, oh, where is it? Content, probably not. Clips, no. App settings? They squared my call buttons. I want to change the because I noticed it again, and like now I want to change it, but I can't figure out 100%. Oh no. Oh no. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. Appearance. No. Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Never mind. Take it back. Take it back. I don't think it's gonna be. Yeah, it's not gonna be Windows settings advanced. After the UI update, I canned it and fully went Vincord. Vincord. What is Vincord? Game overlay. Yeah. Got it. Shut up. I want to change it to go somewhere else. Only while speaking. Settings? Small. Only while speaking. Okay, yeah, that'll have to do. That'll have to do. I hate it, but it'll have to do. So shall it be. Would it do? Hi, Bob. What are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Chat, do we need to go see the meltdown of Grumps for the last couple days? Because he has a post. Oh my God, there's a post from 6 minutes ago. Hold on. I'm going to refresh, see if there's anything else. 14 minutes ago. Oh my God, he thinks he's Trump. Remember how many times they said we got him this time about Trump? Posted 14 minutes ago. Capcom releases real numbers. Ubisoft does not. Remember, folks, sold is the only number that matters. Okay. Still bagging on Ubisoft on Shadows. Greetings from the job dimension. I take it from your internet nemesis going mad. It's a good day. It is very much a good day. Listen, internet nemesis
There's our man.
gives the idea that he is aware I exist. He almost certainly does not, because he is so far up his own ass and videotaping his lesbian cat fights that it doesn't matter. And I'm not even scared if he decides to point a finger at me. I could give less of a shit. Bring the haters. I don't care. This man is a sack of shit, dirty little pervert with bad takes, bad opinions, and some sort of weird savior complex. Even though he is nothing more than a pathetic little sniveling brat who could not pull himself by his own bootstraps no matter what. Yeah, I say this as a non-partner on Twitch, sure, but at least I know I'm better than him. He could have as many people on Twitter as he wants, and I will always know I'm better than him. Hi, Corbellos. When Discord first added the members tab list thingy, it didn't use the selected themes. After a while, they fixed that. Then they unfixed it with the new UI. God damn it. You had me at lesbian catfights and savior complex. You're better than who? Grums, aka Mark Kern. Literally, a fucking dead cat could have run Red 5 Studio better than Mark Kern, and we probably would still have Firefall today. Which, remind you, his game Ember is entirely based off the fact that it's supposed to be a spiritual successor to Firefall. He's not making it that way. Another thing is he's also touting himself as like, we're gonna have a new like beta update for Ember coming in the next couple weeks, me and my team. I promise you, there is no team. It took him more than 6 months to texture 3 half-baked fucking models. And we don't even think that he did it. They're pretty sure he just hired people. It's also the fact that he constantly panders to Elon Musk under the intention that Elon will give him, I don't know, a few million of dollars so that he can like defend himself and maybe actually make his game. I doubt it. I doubt it. Grifter, grifter on the wall. Where'd the fucking money go? Yeah. It took him 6 months, and he's had multiple Kickstarters. Before he joined Blizzard, he was running a company called Crixa Labs. And if you've ever heard the name Crixa, it's because Mark Kern is obsessed with the name Crixa. He was running Crixa Labs and was trying to make a game, and Blizzard was footing it at the time. And then they canceled it. Blizzard canceled the game, and offered all of the talent at Crixa Labs to come over for other stuff. And out of everybody that worked at Crixa Labs, Mark Kern was the only person that went. Oh yeah, he's posted like, I'm already like 6 posts in, and now it's an hour ago. Oh, here's where he talks about the thing. My team has been putting in 10 to 12 hour days over the weekend to get our game going and release a new demo to our backers who, in fucking parentheses, who are happy we're ignoring the haters and pushing on. Very proud of them. Okay. Oh God, his very next post. Let me see. If I hover it, this should tell me. Okay, so 11:19, 11:21, 2 minutes apart. So this man made a post that said, I post about video games and together we are winning. For that, they turn to illegal dark web means, death threats, and doxing to target Smash, Giga, myself, and others over video games. Pathetic and evil. And then 2 minutes later, he talked about how his team is apparently has been working on the game over the weekend. And sure, we'll totally have things to upload for these backers from, what is it, 2017? Does anybody know when the Ember fucking Kickstarter was? I'm pretty sure it was 2017. Critic Salad. What is the name of Davy Jones? It's a salad. Salad. Okay. Taking up personal information on Grums and Smash JT. Who the fuck is Smash JT? Another middle-aged white dude, apparently. Another middle-aged white dude. 8 years? That's approaching Daikatana. Daikatana. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. No. Thought botted likes would stop Ubisoft from tanking? What? Yeah, he's still on his shit. To focus harassment campaigns. You don't need to focus shit when you're a massive piece of shit, Crumbs. Everybody already knows you're a fucking jackass. Oh my goodness, Groom's gonna make you his bitch. No! Have you always been a bobblehead? I can't remember for the chibi? I mean, I do have this. I could pop over to the other model. Here, let's do that. Wrong one. Yeah. Hi, white eyes. All right. Ah! Fucking Grinch is screaming every time it happens. Let me just we'll just leave it here for a little bit. Let him go a little while. But the long neck was horrifying? Yes. Okay, that's enough. What the fuck is that emote? Ugh. All right. To paywall or Discord? I think technically there's Discord subscriptions. I've never bothered even considering those because I think they're stupid. Because there's already fucking like Boost, so why have subscriptions? You know they will SWAT next? What? Grum's anticipating he's gonna get swatted. Amazing. Wait, what? Felony? Florida woman slapped with felony charges for vandalizing Tesla with large wad of chewing gum. Okay. Wait, y'all don't pay $5 to add a new friend? Have you been paying friends for them to add you, Grins? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're admitting to? Nothing for boosting. There's an upper limit to the purpose of boosting. But I mean, you're already supporting the community so that we can have like more emotes and more stickers and stuff. He constantly claims in his tweets that he is being doxxed, even though all of the information people have is readily available on the internet. It is not hard. It is very easy. Strong neck game there? I do have strong neck game. How dare you? My neck is very strong. Would you like to test it by sitting on my face? Sorry. Sorry. Came to mind. I had to. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Okay, he's apparently been reposting a lot of stuff about the, what is it, Inzoi, that weird AI like Sims game. Twitter/X always made sense as an AI play and many other things. What? Oh, wait. Oh God, does he like the FaZe Clan? Oh no, dude. Was Inzoi made with AI? I thought it was a dev work for a few years now. I think it's something like, I know you can make like put prompts into the game to make things like clothing or furniture and stuff. I also know that you can like put images in and they will like apparently have like some sort of AI generation. FaZe, FAZE. Do y'all not know what FaZe Clan is? FaZe Clan is basically some of the scummiest gamers on the internet. They used to be a competitive team. They used to be a like an esports team, but they were notorious cheaters and have essentially been banned from every single fucking like tournament. They're just not allowed anymore. They're my favorite Bitcoin provider. They have roughly earned me $5,000. So who? Oh my God. Wait, is that negative $5,000? That's also not to mention that they tried to start a charity meme coin called Save the Children coin. And all of them ran away with like, I think one guy ran away with like 16 million and tried to flee the country. I know one of the FaZe guys did. It was the guy who like sold all of his first and then tried to flee the country, but somebody caught a picture of him trying to leave the FaZe mansion. But the guys are idiots, though, so, I mean, you know. Okay. So apparently there's a bug or it apparently people have been complaining that Inzoi doesn't allow gay marriage between like your Zois, as they're called in the case of Sims. And Grumps is saying it's pathetic that people are asking to have gay marriage in this game, that they should just accept it and that it's not there. Yes. Do you not know about the FaZe mansion? Here. FaZe Clan mansion. This better not affect my fucking algorithm. Okay, so there's gonna be multiple pictures here, so we'll swing over here really quick. Hi, chat. We'll probably stay here for a while. You're gonna find a bunch of pictures in here because a lot of them are thumbnails. A lot of them are like the other quote mansions. Like, this one's just a close-up of this one. Avoid so much of the internet and fear of people. Don't be afraid of people. Be mad at people. Call of Duty Mr. Beast moment. You know, we could talk about the Beast games. I've been learning about the Beast games the last couple days. One, Mr. Beast is an idiot. He does not know how to run a game show. Two, he does not know how to make some sort of like alternative Squid Game at all. Like, oh no. Oh, which one? Like, not this. Look at this fucking douche canoe, dude. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Do you not know what you look like? Punchable faces. Holy shit. Yeah, this one. I'm pretty sure that's not actually the mansion. I'm pretty sure this is a picture of another mansion in like Beverly Hills, but I'm pretty sure it's not FaZe Clan's. But Jesus, Jesus, look at these here. There's their lineup. Why is I don't know who the one on the far left is, but he definitely looks like he's crying and shitting his pants. This is FaZe Clan Queens. I'm sorry you had to come in on this. But if you ever wanted to know who the largest yet scummiest fucking gamers on the internet is, also here's Grums. Anyway, chat. Do you want to check out some other nicer stuff? Oh, hey, that's me. Look at me. Anyway, we talked about V-Card back when it first launched, you guys. Let me also, I actually tried to see if we would be able to look at like the card gallery. So when this game launched, it was notoriously known issues. Okay, nothing there, nothing important. That's also Feifei's naked ass. I should, what the fuck? Do they, no, they're not, there's no, like, this is the stuff about like their new sets in the future. I guess. But I'm gonna guess that like probably the people who are gonna be in set 2 have already been contacted about it. So the thing with this is they updated it as of the 28th, which I think was that Friday? Yes, that was Friday. They updated the game rules, which yes, that means that the current set of cards are now going to go even higher in collector values. So if you like fucking V card or want to collect any of the people that are in this list, I'm going to go through it real quick because there's so many naked butts in here for some reason. Like the card. Oh, okay. These are the promo ones that they hadn't revealed before. I hadn't actually said, what the Nano, put some pants on. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, but these are not up to date. Like none of these cards are up to date with the new rules. These are the old cards. These are still the old cards. Yeah, that's the thing is it's very much like Gooner bait trading card game. You mean Mr. Beast Torment Nexus? No. Mr. Beast didn't even make a decent Torment Nexus. Did a gym video on TikTok. Oh, you talking about the one where he like there was a meme that was going around of like a guy who was like, this is my morning routine. I wake up at 3:30 a.m. every day. And then Mr. Beast like flew the dude out and tried to like shoot the video with him. Here, do you want to see if we can find it really quick? Hi, Savvy. Mr. Beast. I don't know what his Twitter handle is. Mr. Beast. Here it is. Yeah, if you ever wanted to know who the fucking dead horse of meme recreation is, it's fucking Mr. Beast now. If Mr. Beast makes it to a meme, the meme is dead. But yeah, the big muscly dude made a video like a couple days before, I think, that was just like, was that vodka? Maybe that was sparkling water. I don't. And then limes. Also, the fact that he has a personal gym that's all like marked with his logo is insane. And don't think I didn't miss the turquoise basketballs in the back. Fancy water. Fancy water. Okay. You know, he's actually kind of thinner than I thought he was for some reason. I think it's because when he wears t-shirts, they look so baggy, but like he actually looks decent in this partial suit. That water has to have been $300. I don't fucking know. Goes into my videos? Sure. All right. Real quick though, I wanted to go over these new rules to see what they were like. So I only like glanced over them yesterday, I think. You mean Logan Paul's Prime? No. I'm beastie and I'm no. Stop, please, Chris. Please, I beg you. 100%. Okay, yeah. I use McDonald's has used. Wait, McDonald's has used the Ghibli AI, so hopefully that also does. Oh, fuck. I think Studio Ghibli should probably start suing people because that's probably an open and shut case. If they, I don't know if you can. I don't think you can copyright the style actually, but also, creative. I don't know, creative theft. I'm not sure. Look at that. Hi, Bard. All right. But really quick, if anybody doesn't remember from this game, here, we'll start with the card types. So power level 8, power level 9, power level 10. Previously in this game, it did not matter what you played. It was basically much better to just grab every power level 10 card you could find, which are like super rare. That's what I'm going to go with. It's super rare, rare, and then common, basically. Power level 8's common. You'll probably get multiple of those in a pack. Power level 9 is rare. You'll probably get 1, maybe 2 of those in a pack. And then power level 10 was super rare, which you may not even get in a single pack. You may have to go through multiple packs before you get one. But they've changed it now, so it kind of functions, the way I read this, is it weirdly functions like a mix of Pokemon TCG and like Force of Will. So the way it plays now is it seems to be you play a power level 8 for some reason. I think the numbers are arbitrary. I don't know why they went with 8. There is also now active and backstage positions, which is why it made me think of Pokemon. It made me think of active Pokemon and benched Pokemon. Oh, did you find it? Okay, let me see. That's what you were talking about. Let me see. Oh, that's the McDonald's thing. Oh, I hate that. Oh, yes, Life of a Meme. Brand starts doing it. 379. Okay, it was just a nice bottle then. It was just a nice bottle. So yeah, now it basically runs like Pokemon. In order to get to 9, you now actually have to have a level 8, which previously you didn't have to have. You could literally just play whatever one of these VTuber cards was in your hand. So now you have to go 8 to 9 and then from 9 to 10. You can't just jump straight to the other ones. Mascots are now far more streamlined. They always give a +1 power level. If they match elements, they have to be the same elements. And if it matches the VT, of course, an extra point. And only one mascot can be active at a time. That's actually new. So here it is. Only one mascot can be active at a time is actually brand spanking new, which isn't the worst idea. It does allow for playing like a little smarter if you have multiple mascots. And then the playing a new one overwrites and discards the previous ones actually gives you a mechanic to replace them instead of having to be like, oh, I have to have another card that like destroys this card or something. That's actually good to know. Mr. Beast kind of rubbed me the wrong way. It's just something about it that seems odd. So it's because I've never liked his content because it literally was just spending money. It was, I throw money at things and that's my content. That's it. If y'all have seen the Beast games, that's all it is. Almost most of the rounds are just the most boring, like selfish bait. You know how sometimes if you're in like a long run game show, you'll eventually have like let's say Survivor as an example. Survivor is, I think it's 40 days surviving on an island. Let's say you make it to like day 30. You make it to day 30 and then suddenly you have a challenge. You have a challenge or like some kind of competition where they're like, you can keep going in this competition or you can take this reduced prize pool right now, but everybody on your team loses. Or everybody on your tribe loses because it's almost always tribes in Survivor. And that was like the first 3 challenges. All 3 of the first 3 challenges were fucking that. It was selfish bait. It was just to have somebody be like, yeah, you know what? I want that money. Fuck all these other people. Hits the button and everybody else loses. And it's like, okay. And then like one of the games I remember seeing was like, they had to throw balls between a tower and they couldn't let them touch the ground. And they go through like the whole game, and eventually one team loses, and one fucking dude on the other team, the winning team, walks up to a ref and goes, actually, I dropped my ball in like the first throw. So they go back and spend like 10 minutes reviewing the tapes and see that the dude did in fact drop the ball on the very first throw, meaning his team lost in the first round and they played for like another 20 minutes. Paying for every canceled YouTuber's lawyer challenge? Christ. All right, hold on. We're talking about the rehashed V card system. Let me see. Mascots, actually pretty good. I like the system. Support cards. Support cards actually seem to make a lot more sense. They actually seem to be dividing them into 3 different kinds, which is interesting. Boost, snap effects that trigger instantly and is discarded. So that's basically an instant spell from Magic. Good. Reactive card, played in response to an opponent's specific action, can be played on anyone's turn. Doesn't Yu-Gi-Oh have a card type that's like this? Isn't there like a spell card or something? Is it a link? Is it a chain card? I'm pretty sure it's the spells or the traps that have a chain on them that can't do anything unless they're reacting to something. Making it this makes it a hell of a lot easier than just being like, okay, I play all these support cards all during my turn. Having these like instant speed and reactive types makes it so much more interactive than just what it was before of being like, okay, I have 7 cards in my hand. I play everything that I can in this turn and hope I have a bigger number than you. And then you're going to do the same thing on your turn. And then we're going to compare like we're kids at a playground. So like now you have much more interactivity. Let's see. Ally attached to a VTuber. Discard if attached to the active VTuber. Wait. Discard if attached to the active VTuber after combat? Okay, that's interesting. It's kind of like an enchantment, but it's like a limited enchantment, I guess. Weird. Hate that he was allowed to bury his merch underneath the pyramids, though. Wait, what? When he went to the pyramids, he put his merch under them? No. No. No, hold on. He rented the Giza pyramids? I still can't believe they let that motherfucker go in there. Jesus Christ, money really can let you do anything. But no, I don't find anything about him like leaving merch down there. Did he fall on his head as a child? Probably multiple times. So this wasn't corporate malpractice. It was the Pharaoh's curse all along? No, because he did that very recently, like in the past month, I'm pretty sure. Was there ever any question? No. All right, real quick, card effects. So snap, swap, lock, passive, echo, and adjacent. So I'm guessing these will be certain ones on the cards. So snap is effect triggers once it's played. That's enter the battlefield. Oh goodness. That's enter the battlefield basically. Swap. Switch positions between 2 of your VTs, backstage with backstage or backstage with active. Okay, it's going to be very interesting to see because I see adjacent down here. Active VT is adjacent to nothing. Backstage VTs are adjacent to the ones directly next to them. That raises the question, what adjacent things are going to function like, especially because they specifically mention you can move backstage cards, which means it's actually going to be important where you set your cards, like it is in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like you can't just, like in Magic, you can shuffle your cards around a little bit as long as you know where they are and what things are doing. So in this game and in Yu-Gi-Oh!, once you place it on a slot, it has to stay there because it's mechanically relevant. Very good. Very interesting. I like that. And then lock. Effect triggers when card is turned sideways. That's basically tapping and unlocks after combat. So yeah, they now have tapping mechanics. Hi, Zozo. Are you okay? I'm having a pretty decent day, so I'm doing all right. I had cheesecake earlier. I had cheesecake before stream. I had some leftover Spanish chicken. Fucking both my knees and can't. What? Both your knees? Cheesecake. Yeah, cheesecake. Hi, Ember. Passive, always active, triggered by another effect. That's straightforward, makes sense. Echo, triggers when played and immediately after combat. Interesting. That's basically just Snap Plus. So whatever the effect is on the card will trigger as soon as it enters the field, as well as immediately after combat. Now, it doesn't specify any of these are going to go on only VTuber cards, or if they're going to go on something else. Messed up one Friday and fell again on Saturday because I wasn't used to crutches, so now it's both. I hauled myself out of bed days, so that's something. Hell yeah. Time to bubble wrap Zozo? Apparently. Okay. So, support cards are going to be green. There's the examples. It had to be Nanners, apparently. Ally cards, green, attached to the side of a VTuber. Boost, cream. Color, instant effect, then discarded. Reinforcements, purple, played as anyone's turn in response to an action. Okay. New deck rules include 50-player card base, a maximum of 2 different elements per deck. Okay. Must include at least 1 level 8 VTuber. Maximum of 3 copies of each support card, 3 copies level 8, 3 copies level 9, 3 copies level 10. And then maximum 2 copies of each mascot. Okay. That's interesting. That the mascot one, I think, is where people are going to like forget that you can only have 2 and just be like, it's totally 3. Actually good. Hold on. I think there was Mulligan. Okay, here's the changed Mulligan rule. If anybody remembers the old Mulligan rule, it was if you don't have a VTuber card in your opening hands, Mulligan, down 1. If you don't have a VTuber card in your hand again, you lose. You lose the round, which is heinous. I don't know who designed that. Stupid. Don't know what they were thinking. Whatever. Who's Mulligan? Don't worry about it. But in this case, it's you don't have to play. If you don't have a level 8 card in your opening hand, reveal your hand, reshuffle, and draw 7 new cards. Repeat this process until you have at least 1 level 8 VTuber in your hand. It's very Pokemon TCG. That's very Pokemon TCG. If you don't have a playable card, reshuffle your hand until you do, but you have to reveal it, which could give an advantage to your opponent. All right, let's see. So let's look at these examples real quick because it's fucking yanners. So level 8, you actually see on it, it's a little hard. Can I? Oh no, I can't. I can't make it closer. So this one has the lock effect. I can't. Can I zoom? Oh my god, zooming literally doesn't help. It stays the same size. All right, so it has lock, which means it would have to tap at some point. And then it looks like she has the effect low tide and high tide. Look at the top 2 cards on your deck, draw 1, put the other on the bottom. High tide, reveal the top card of your opponent's deck, then return it to the top or bottom of their deck. But we don't have specifications on what low tide and high tide is. Could it be tap for low tide and then when it untaps it's high tide? I don't know. What wonderful web design. Mulligan was the Scottish golfer who kept saying do-over after fucking up a swing. All right, they do still seem to have a problem though. Once it goes from level 8 to level 9 to 10, it loses its effect, which I still think is oversight. I feel like these should either have different effects or the effect should carry through all of these. Other than that, I don't really know. But okay, this minion's also a little weird. So it says it's snap, which means it does it as soon as it enters the field. So discard a card from the hand and undertow 1. We don't know what undertow 1 is. Hi, Faye. Killer! How you doing, bud? Yeah, we have no idea what Undertow 1 is, and we have no idea what triggers low tide or high tide. And then for Water Guardian, it's search your deck for a water VTuber that evolves from one of your backstage, or search your deck for a water level 8 VTuber. Very good card. Every deck is going to be running their particular elements of these at max number. I guarantee it. This one is also, oh wait, it's boost, right? So boost was instant. So you can actually save this for the end of someone's turn, the end of like the opponent's turn. So you can do shit like basically like fake them out in a way. Oh my goodness. Sorry, got to scratch my eye. I also need to check on the other two because we're coming up on 1 o'clock. Today is also Zebby's affiliate birthday. Oh, Zebby's rating. Oakley dokily. Oakley dokily. I just looked over. I was like, I wonder what Zebby's doing. I figured Zebby was gonna still be live if she wanted to. The Moth, yes. And then we're gonna have Cyraxis join us too. But we'll try to run through the game phases really quick. So, game start, shuffle your 50 card deck, draw 7 cards. Must have at least a level 8, set up your board with 1 active and up to 4 backstage spots. Place your level 8 face down in active and backstage. Okay, so it does function just like Pokemon, where you can put down not just your active one, but multiple on your bench. First turn, turn all your active backstage cards face up, trigger any snap effects, apply Jolt to the active VT. Jolt. We don't have anything on Jolt. Why is there nothing on Jolt? Is that... I'm confused. Funny button. Thank you, Ghost. Even 3 stream streak. You had to rub our eye at the same time. It happens, okay? It happens. Turn structure. Draw 1 card, play actions, 1 mascot per turn, any number of level. There's Zebby! Mobs are panicking! What are we panicking over? What are we panicking? What are we panicking over? Zebby, what's wrong? What's wrong? What are we panicking over? Zebby forgot to... Oh no! I'm normal, I'm good, nothing. Oh no. Oh no, and I think it's a big download too, especially with the new added update. Oh no, Zebby. Zebby, how could you? It's okay, I can shoot the shit. We're going through the mechanics of V-Card right now. Cabela's, thank you for doing your season pass. Oh no, thank you for gifting it to Zebby. Holy shit. Welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Mara. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, whatever my little inclinations like to get into. Today we were bagging on the absolute shitbrained douchebag on Twitter, Grums, and we're currently going over the brand new rules for V-Card. V-Card originally launched, I think it was like 2 months ago or so. And it was definitely just like a collector's slob fest. Now it actually seems to be pretty decently playable in like a very similar vein to say like Pokemon. Get the slipper, the chat's full of moths. All right, I'll get the mothballs. 20 minutes before going live, I forgot. It's okay. Go ahead. You can pop in whenever you want. I'm already in a chat. Is V-Card in Steam? It actually is on Tabletop Sim. There is a... Where is it? Here it is. Here it is. If y'all want to play this game for essentially free, there is the Steam. If you have Tabletop Sim, you can go play it on Steam for free without having to buy the cards. And I'm guessing that the Steam one is... Oh, what's the word? The Steam one is like entirely updated, I guess, with the new mechanics. I'm guessing. Hoping? Question mark? I bought a brand new Beyblade the day of its launch, and it's insane. Dude, they're still making new Beyblades. Dang. Okay. I cup them in my hand to release them back outside. I do the same thing with spiders. But if you like VTubers, V Card, it's produced by GamerSups. So you can also use your favorite creator's code to go get some cards if you want. They updated the rules, so there's gonna be like a new printing of these, and they're gonna function differently than they did at their initial launch. Hi, Mungo. I'm not all that surprised. Does Beyblade still have a TV show? You buy physical cards for the digital version? What a lost opportunity. It's fine. Listen, Pokemon makes you buy booster packs if you want to get like booster packs in the TCG. But I have awesome community members that play the Pokemon TCG and don't use the online codes, and instead they just send them to me. I have so many booster packs on the fucking online TCG that I almost never have to worry about the decks that I want to build. I still remember the machined metal one I bought. Beyblades were banned after it shredded a couple and people got mad. Amazing. Amazing. All right, let's see. Where were we? Turn order. Okay, here it is. Any number of level 8 VT cards, 1 active or 4 backstage, 2 support cards max. Okay, that wasn't listed earlier. And that includes any reinforcements used on your turn. Ooh, that's going to be hard to remember. Each VT can evolve once per turn, evolving to level 9 draws 1 card, evolving to level 10 draws 2 cards. Built-in card advantage. Wait, what? Oh, there's a baked-in mid-mulligan rule. That's kind of interesting. So if you have a really shit hand and it's not working for you, and you have nothing you can do in a turn, being able to discard 3 cards and get 2 more is pretty good. Granted, it's the end of your turn, but it's a pretty good gamble if like your hand is absolute garbage. But you do have to have 3 cards. So if you have like 2 or 1, I'm guessing you can't do this. Is actually pretty genius. It's basically they're still doing like the idle thing. They're still kind of trying to stick with the idle idea. Yeah, card draw is card draw. There's a lot more built-in card advantage mechanics than there are, what is it? Like other kinds? All right. You may also pass your turn without taking any action. That makes sense. Combat. After each player takes 6 turns? 6? Huh? So you have 6 turns to like build a board. What? Compare the power level of each player's active VT. The player with the highest power level wins combat and gains 1 point. If a player has no active or backstage VTubers available, that player loses combat. The player who won combat goes first in the next round. Okay. In the case of a tie, each player adds the same number of backstage VTuber cards to their total, matching the lowest available count. For example, if player has 3 backstage VTubers and the other one only has 1, both players will add just 1 VTuber to their power level total. If still tied, no point is awarded and players move on to the after combat phase. Okay, after combat. Discard both active VTubers and all cards attached to them unless there was a tie. Each player moves a backstage VTuber to the active spot if needed. All locked cards unlock. Okay, so there's 6 turns. Oh, okay, so you gotta lock your characters smart. Discard down to 7 cards in your hand. Trigger any after combat effects in this order, starting with the player that went first. Mascot, new active VTuber, backstage VTubers from left to right. Echo effects activate after combat. The player that won combat goes first. If a player's deck is empty, you need to interact with it. -1 power level to all VTubers on the board? On your board. Okay, on your board. Then shuffle your discard pile back into your deck and resolve the effect. Okay. Automatically loses the combat and opponent scores 1 point. Elemental advantage has an elemental advantage over the opponent's active. Gain 1 power level. Okay. Oh. Okay. What? Wait. Tied. Okay, tied. Low tide. First Wait, first 1-3 before combat? Oh, interesting. Low tide is the 1 to 3 turns before combat, and high tide is the last 4 to 6 turns. Interesting. Okay, so it's a time. There's Jolt too. Triggers if it's the first card you play in a turn. Okay. Okay. Let me get all your words on stream real quick, and then we'll basically be done with this. Do the thing. Work, damn you. Okay. Being able to draw cards is amazing, though, as someone who will actively stare at a max C and Masters and proceed to play through it. I will do the same thing. I do the same thing. I will do the same thing mainly because a couple of my decks will do things that's like, you can't play this kind of card. Ray Bandon, thank you for doing your season pass. Genesis. That was actually a pretty good list. Gene. There's no second S. There's no second S. What card games do you play? I don't play any right. Well, I technically play Pokemon TCG right now online. And I've downloaded Master Duel again, but I opened it and was thinking about making another deck, and then I was like, I don't really want to, but then I closed it again. Engines? Nice. Nice. But have I gotten any? Oh, I don't know off the top of my head. I know I've gotten some really nice looking ones. I just can't think of them off the top of my head right now. I need to remember to send you pictures whenever I do upload them. Whenever I start whenever I use the codes. I keep forgetting to. But trying to remember what I was saying. I want to learn the Digimon TCG game, which like brings me to what I did yesterday. So I found out I went to the old shop that I used to go to when I lived here years ago. And I got some World of Darkness books. They had a couple like old used ones for sale. Like one was $4 and another was $10. And the $10 one was still in its original packaging. Granted, one of its corners was busted, but still original packaging. That bitch is crisp. That bitch is crisp. So I got those yesterday, but I was like, maybe I'll see if there's other shops in the city that also sell like used World of Darkness books. I didn't find any, but I did find out that there is another game shop that has a cafe built into it. And then they actually have like an active Digimon player group. And I was tempted to go because it's on like Thursday nights. I was like, I'm tempted to go to see if there's somebody that could teach me to play the Digimon TCG. Oh, I need to give you... Oh, it's over. Never mind. Commercial's over. Commercial's over, nerds. All right, hold on. We need to go over this again. So, Submerge we haven't seen. Prevent new ally cards from attaching to this... Oh, okay. It's an effect. So something can apply Submerge to a character and they can't apply ally characters, which are basically like the enchantments. Undertow. Okay, this is what Undertow... Forces an opponent's card to lock without triggering its effect. So if we played, here it is, it's Snap. So its effect goes off as soon as it enters the field. So we would discard a card from our hands and then we would force.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Yo, definitely do that. Digimon's resource system is really enjoyable. Hell yeah. But real quick, let me see. Is Debbie submerged on her... Had submerged on her stream? What? But yeah, so that's actually pretty decent. Jolt is the one that we saw earlier. It just triggers if it's the first card you play in a turn. But it has to be the first card. Very interesting. Positive, negative. Triggers if it's in active spot. Negative triggers if it's in backstage. Also very interesting. We don't have examples to look at. I think I would probably have to go download the tabletop sim game to go see what all of the effects are. Circuit triggers if you have both a positive and negative on the board. Nice. Triggers at the end of the turn for active. Chain, when placed next to a matching element, trigger the effect once. Does not echo continuously. Okay. I wonder if the chain effect comes with like saying that it needs to be a certain element or if it needs to be a platinum element. Bolster. The next time your opponent affects this VTuber, cancel the effect done to this VTuber. Okay, basically a free shield. Coin pile starts at 0, +1 to coin pile each time it triggers. Coins are lost after combat, spent on specific card effects. That's going to be interesting. That's a token thing right there. That's going to be really interesting. Wait, is there only 5? I thought there were 6 elements for some reason. Grow. Trigger once at the start of your next turn before you draw a card. Decay. Status effect. After each combat, reduce target VT's power level by X. And then feed. +1 power level to a different VTuber. This buff gets discarded after combat. I don't know how I feel about VTuber card game having a feed mechanic. I don't think I like that. I saw someone open Horatius in one of their packs once. Are you talking about the Rift Walkers? The Rift Walkers VTuber TCG? All right. Fuel. If there's an attached support card, you can discard it to trigger this effect. Ooh. If X players have X number of cards in their discard pile, trigger this effect. Okay. Burn. Status effect. Target opponent's board spot gets -2 power level. Doesn't stack. Darn. All right. Elemental advantage. That's complicated shit that I'm going to need a fucking picture for. I found out a Bunwee is a real thing. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Ooh. Oh, also, I just disconnected from chat for some reason. Thank you for doing your season pass. Your gifted season pass from Kilda. Oh, you did? There's no way Bunwees are real. They're fictional. You're lying to me. Oh. What the fuck is that? That's a toy. That was Zebby. I wasn't even looking at stream. I heard the crunch and I was like, I know you're here.
I'm so good at biting people. I bite people my whole life. I am so good at causing people the woe and worry. Isn't that right? I'm so good at biting.
That is true. Although it's kind of funny sometimes when you accidentally click on things somewhere and we just get the chomp and and then the leave sound.
Yeah. Listen, there's been several times I've been trying to open a chat somewhere and I get confused and forget that I've tabbed over to a different server. And I click into somebody's live VC on accident, and then you just hear the chomp all the way, and then leaving.
I've done stupid things on occasion, thinking I'm clicking like a text channel. And yeah. I like fucking pop over. I like click it, and it's the fucking general voice. And I'm like, oh no! There's the boy.
Hi.
Oh boy.
Phone, shut up. Hold up.
Holding on.
That's someone hit something.
I threw my phone on the ground instead of at the bed just to get it out of here.
You're still downloading though, right? Aren't you, Zebby?
What?
I went to the wrong page. You're still downloading though, right?
Let's find out together. It'll be like a fun little adventure. 20 minutes, in and out.
In and out.
And then it's just all three of us sobbing outside of Denny's.
I mean, consider the game, probably.
The data hates me.
The data?
I've been doing the super cool and quirky thing where I forget to download the game until the day of.
Right.
Well, I couldn't, because my internet is so fucking slow. I would never be able to download something before the collab ended.
I just...
It's crazy.
I have a habit of if I am invited to something that I don't like.
I forgot. I woke
No,
up
did
2
I-
minutes before I went live. I'm stupid.
I always prep for a collab like the day before. Like, all right, is it this game?
thought I
Let me
thought I
either
installed
get it
it.
or install it or whatever.
I thought I installed it and I forgot. Because I just went through a bunch of my games and I could have swore that I had Outlast already installed. And then I don't, and I'm actually the problem here and I should be canceled for
Is it me? Am I the problem?
How do I dedicate more RAM to this?
You gotta go download it.
Yeah.
I am
What's the-
downloading it. I need to
Okay.
dedicate more RAM to
Marin doesn't have
Nice.
1 TB
downloading.
internet. No, I have oh, what was it?
I wish I had.
What's the what recommended amount of dedicated wham I should have this war for?
I'm sure that was English. I prep for things, especially if it's something real involved. What happens just now? It's surprisingly the most common thing. Yeah. I'm usually the type though that's like, if I don't download it now while I'm like planning it or while I'm being told that I'm gonna be like doing a thing with somebody, if I don't make sure it's downloaded, I'm gonna completely forget. Speaking of games I recently played that I didn't think I was gonna be so fucking obsessed with, have y'all played Schedule 1?
Not
I haven't, but
yet.
I've seen it.
It's so much fun. It's so stupid.
I'm hoping to.
I have these weird like mixed messages in my mind of being like, yeah, kids, let's go sell drugs. They'd be like, wait a minute.
Wait
I hate
a
drugs.
minute.
Yeah, I hate them. That's why we're selling them. We're trying to get rid of them
Yeah,
and
we're trying
also
to
make a
get rid of
profit.
them and make a profit.
It's
You got it.
we've given up on having a conscience. We are instead here for the capitalism.
I mean, when you think about it, we're being efficient. We don't want the drugs, but we also want to make money. And other people might want the drugs and for some reason not want money as much. So, I mean, I see this as an absolute win.
Usually I can handle a collab between like 2 to 4 hours, but when we started playing the fucking Schedule 1, I didn't realize it, and neither did everybody else I was playing with, but we went for nearly 8 hours.
Wow.
Oof.
We had like one point where it's like, wow, it's already been 4 hours. And then we were like, anyway, went back to the game. And then at some point, one of us looked back and goes, we've been playing for 7 hours and 50 minutes.
That's
Jesus.
that's pretty silly. I don't.
Selling drugs, waves at Grums. It's the sign of a good game. The thing is though, is it feels like it would be very slow by yourself. It's very much seems like all the fun comes with multiplayer.
It's just.
I mean,
big
yeah.
brainy.
I feel like a game has to be designed a certain way for
Mhm.
single player, basically. Like, a lot of the fun games that we think of for multiplayer games and shit like that are not playable by yourself. Like, it's just like, oh, what am I doing?
It becomes like any simulator game at that point, you know, where it's just like you kind of have to sit there and either quietly grind it out or just hope that your chat thinks you're funny enough to sit there, you know.
Chat, am I funny enough for
Please
y'all to
think I'm
just sit
funny.
here?
Please think I'm funny.
Please tell me I'm funny.
Please tell me I'm funny. Please.
Please, I'm begging you. Oh, wrong button.
Please.
Professional streamer.
Special streamer.
Very professional.
Very, very special.
Very special.
Very special.
You're professional in our hearts, Mary.
All right,
As
I'm
also
getting the
very-
trauma game open, which also means I need to get my night vision goggles. Huh.
Ooh.
Why is it telling me that it's out of sync? What the hell? Oh, it's loud, huh?
Yeah, if you uninstall it and reinstall it, then it resets like the audio settings, and the red barrel opening is very loud.
I love that game devs think that we need our game started at like the loudest possible, as though
Obviously,
we're deaf.
Yeah, no, we know. We obviously need to. Let me see.
Okay.
I've played Outlast Trials 3 times. Twice, actually, 2 times.
I think, oh Jesus, okay, I think the update changed my graphics settings, so I may need to go change some of those. I just realized my model was lagging.
Did it just update the last like hour? Like, what happened?
No, it shouldn't have, but they had like a major update the 25th.
Oh.
There we go. I put the master volume down to 6.
I feel like I've had that issue a lot lately. With volumes and being like, wow, this is way too loud. Why do I have to put it on like single digits for it to be normal, you know?
I don't know. It's like, I genuinely think these people overcompensate on the volume. Like,
mean,
I
guess
get
you
that
can
you
turn
can
down the volume, but you can't turn up the volume, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my
you
God,
can
ray
always turn it
tracing was
down,
on.
yeah, oh.
Oh.
Yeah, it does that every time like there's a major update. Is it reset? It like does like the thing where it's like checking custom settings. Yeah, Soa.
You know what?
RTX on, your computer thought it was the mine.
I've remembered why my brain didn't occur to me to install things the day before, as I normally would for stuff like this. I was hit with a hey, you have to sit downstairs for 4 hours because you might die.
Oh.
Warning. Yeah.
Wait, like smoke warning? Carbon monoxide? Isn't carbon monoxide heavier than air?
Storm.
I don't know
Oh.
if you can hide from carbon monoxide.
Wait.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Oh, tornado warning. Okay, yeah, that'll do it.
Mhm. Yeah, it was big funny haha. So I love living in the south.
I live in the south, but it's been warm here. This morning's the coldest it's been in several days, and it was only like a slight brisk.
Yeah, I was sitting there. I'm like, why didn't I just install it yesterday? And then my brain was like, hey, remember how you almost died? Anyway.
Anyway.
I've been a little bit scatterbrained because of that. And I'm sorry.
It happens. There is no problem. I am in no rush.
We are rushing
I'm in a rush.
so much right now.
I'm a professional VTuber. I have to be in a rush. Legally.
We need
Listen,
the
if I
therapy
wanted full
right
level
now.
of professionalism or anything, I would have given y'all a full rundown of like an SOP and shit.
Making me sound like a waiver.
Don't you? Hey,
I
weren't you
need to
just
mess with my sensitivity?
well, the days kind of blur together here, don't they? Look,
Let's try and get it
I
up.
don't need to know
Like a
you
higher
all
number
there.
means it's more sensitive
I'm
or less
Cornelius
sensitive. I actually don't know.
Noakes. You can call me Mr. Noakes.
Oh wait, that seems like the
And all I need
conversations
to
with the
know about you
NPCs have
is
reset.
You volunteered for this.
Because I've heard this
And I guess
conversation
things must
piece.
have been pretty rough for you out there.
Big old
Compared
compliment. I'm
to the
sorry,
shit
Mr.
in
Warren.
here.
I see it. Past kindness aren't as awesome as it can by complimenting when I see something I like. Baron, thank you for being such an amazing streamer who I always drop by to see whenever I see your life. No! I don't deserve kindness. I'm a bitch who likes to
might.
complain on the internet.
Yeah, that's like content though. So
Good luck out there.
You telling me you don't like content?
Content in this house? More likely
Yeah.
than you think. I think my settings are actually higher than I had them before because game actually looks better.
Oh. Why Zebby?
Oh no, Zebby! Zebby, no! Oh god, what happened?
I don't know.
You're now level
Zebby.
1? No!
Zebby.
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 Evidence, you say? I really need to have like a day where I literally just run through this game as much as possible trying to gather lore because I'm so far behind on it.
I have not played this in quite a while. I think it's literally been like a year and a half, maybe.
Well, dual therapy it is. It's okay. We both need it the most.
Any fear you're feeling is left over from the
Yeah.
world out there. Here, we all love you.
Thanks, director. Go and check Discord. Zebby?
Zebby. Zeb.
Zibs?
Zebster. From Zebster's Dictionary. That's a stupid joke. Don't laugh at that.
I hope her computer did blue screen.
I hope so too. Zebby. I'm gonna DM them.
I just DM'd her too. Maybe I said something. Oh, it crashed twice? Oh shit. Okay, it's just Discord.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently I guess Discord crashed. I swear these things look different. I swear this game looks better than it did last time I played. What is happening?
This game is changing.
Still can't see myself in the mirror. Busted.
This game's broken.
The 2 out of 10.
I have a gamer thought about mirrors in games.
A gamer thought. Okay, go on. What's your gamer
Yeah.
thought?
I think it's weak that game devs now will not make working mirrors, despite the fact I know that they're like, oh, they take up more resources. Like, bro, my brother in Christ, we had working mirrors in games like 2 decades ago.
The thing
You
is,
can't
it's like
do
to
'em
some
now.
people, there's multiple methods to do it. You need RTX on? No way. Okay. All right, chat. We're setting the PC on fire.
Oh God.
So much Shelby. Oh my God, it actually works. I thought you were lying to me.
You have to have RTX on for the mirror to work?
Yeah.
What?
Amazing. So. Oh wait, I totally meant that.
Whoa, you just...
You didn't guess what you just stumbled into, Zoa? I need that clipped. I need that clipped. I need that whole thing clipped. I need all like 2 minutes of that clipped. Carrie, please, I beg you. Go clip the whole thing.
God damn it.
Oh, it's a new game.
You're just absolutely futzing around and like, oh wait, it's...
Absolutely
I love
taking the
that.
piss with the streamer. Setting my PC on fire right now. I'm kidding. It's okay, Zebby. There's no rush. There's no rush. Wow, all these people played this game more than me, and they have like way cooler designs and shit, and all I got is my honky tonk little condominium, my murder castle here.
Oh, I think it's kind of funny. I think it's pretty good.
I need cooler stuff to put on the wall.
How do how does this work again? How do I join you?
Oh, I can invite you. Give me just a second.
Okay.
Invite. So Raxus.
Oh
Oh my God, rat baby. Oh wait, no, that's just all the people that are in the thing.
Okay.
It's like, who's the rat baby? Oh, it's just the lobby.
Rat baby.
G for news.
Obedience facilitates autonomy.
So the main thing I wanted to do. Can you clip 2 minutes? Then oh, I thought the max for clips was 2 minutes. Damn it.
Nah, it's 1 minute. Any longer than that, you gotta do highlight.
Yeah.
Hi, Marin. How you doing?
Hi, I'm looking at the new up. Oh my God, I actually kind of like these these new outfits. So, do you know anything about the lore that's going on up till now?
Vaguely. I'm bad scientist people kidnapping people off the streets and basically doing really messed up. I don't know if this is experiments or just futzing around. I don't know what kind of information you garner from like, look, when we put people in terrible situations, they have to do terrible things. That means people are terrible. Like, no shit, Sherlock. Doesn't take a scientist to figure that out. Sorry, I don't know.
You're kind of right. So do you know like the base of the game? Do you know like what year it is?
I played the original Outlast, but I don't know what year it is in this one.
So it's about like 1964, 65. Post like MK Ultra and stuff. And like in this universe, we have taken like all of the research of like MK Ultra, every heinous fucking experiment that you can think of. And the Murkoff Corporation has decided that they are going to put America's unwanted and uncared for into service for the corporation and country as they pitch it to the government. If you've ever done, you probably haven't since I think you're only level 5. But eventually you'll get like enough tokens to be able to, what is it? It says it up here. Get reborn, which like sends you out into the world. But it turns out that the entire time we're doing these missions and that we exist in the sleep room, we are being subliminally programmed into sleeper agents.
That makes sense.
Throughout the seasons with this game, the ending you get after you do like the reborn mission, the mission itself is the same every time. But every time you go out, you like finish the mission and you leave, The ending is different. So the very first one with this game was you like wake up in a hotel bed in Cuba,
No one but you can
and there's like screams and just yells outside. And then you get a phone call, and it's just the director from Murkoff chanting through the phone your activation phrase. And then everything turns red, and then it blinks out to credits.
Everything turns red. Woke up 8 minutes later in Geneva. Oh man, I did it again.
But you are covered in blood, and there's like a bloody trail from the door, so you did do something. There's another one where you basically wake up driving a car at full speed. You slam into another car in front of the Hotel Saigon in Vietnam, which is an actual historic event. There was a bombing that happened at that hotel, and like the inclinations is that the sleeper agents from here at Murkoff essentially were the ones that triggered wartime events to get the U.S. into action for certain things.
Oh boy.
Because the bombing of Hotel Saigon in Vietnam was one of the things the U.S. cited as the Vietnamese cannot do this shit themselves, so we're going to do it for them.
Didn't they kick our ass in the Vietnam War? I'm just saying.
Correct.
I don't feel like you get to say that kind of shit when you get your ass whooped. So
I was gonna say that's just the way they phrased it at the time. I definitely watered that shit down to nothing, but the thing with this game though is it's supposed to be like alternative history. I don't mean like right leaning like alternative history. It's supposed to be like an alt history where like all the stuff still happened, but like Murkoff's the reason it happened.
I get you. It's kind of like Fallout's alternative history, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
You played Outlast 1 and 2?
I played 1, but not 2.
Okay, so you know, Outlast 1 takes place in I think it's 2011.
Sure.
It's something like that. It's 2010s.
Uh-huh.
So we know Murkoff like exists after this period already. And the fact of self-sabotage, the ammo given to the M16 was too hot for the guns, causing a lot of jams and issues. 0 cleaning kits. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Oh.
I mean, we can go into all the details of the Vietnam War if we wanted to, but I'm keeping it to the shallow level of the game right now.
Yeah. What if I don't know anything about the Vietnam War? Aside
It's
from,
okay.
like,
Most
maybe
Americans
Agent
don't know anything about the
Orange
Vietnam
and,
War.
You know, the war crimes and
I'm
stuff.
just glad that you know that the U.S. lost.
Oh well, yeah, I know we did. Because we're all like, oh, we got the
Mr. Doctor would never steer us wrong. Oh, you mean the Operation Paperclip doctor up there in the wheelchair that definitely wasn't a Nazi doctor before?
Oh, Dr. Hot
And
Wheels,
definitely
yeah.
doesn't base all these experiments off the, quote, charisma of Hitler. That's part of the canon in this game, too, by the way. The prime assets, so like Mother Gooseberry, Coil, and like Lupara, they were all selected because they had heinous levels of charisma that could convince people to commit monstrous acts.
Right. As if any of this would actually discover any information about anything. I'm sorry, but there's no scientific information to be gleaned from this. These
Psychologically,
aren't real scientists. These aren't real scientists.
I mean, this is science without ethics, basically.
I have fought demons to be here.
Welcome
Okay.
back. Did you eat them?
Welcome back, Zeppy.
I have fought demons to be here today.
Here, I need to shrink the critter a little bit.
Sorry.
Here we go.
Let me just do this.
She lives.
Game. I'm coming.
It's okay. I was
You will not
giving
believe the
poor
amount of
Syraxis
shenanigans I
lore.
just had to pull to get here. Okay. I'm coming.
So where do they make
I'm
the
definitely
Cosmic
playing
Wall
on my
Rider?
account right
No
now.
Lore?
Hi.
Isn't that the final product of this? The Wall Rider is nanites. That's not even a joke. They're nanites. The Wall Rider is
really?
nanites. Controlled by the it's not the Torment engine, but I'm gonna call it the Torment engine. And there's even comics and stuff you can go read for free online that like continue the story from 1 into 2 and then from 2 to further. You also can't forget at one point the Wall Rider was in fact a colony of ants. Post Outlast 1. And a corpse at another point. It was in fact a corpse. Not that it was dead, but that it had like reanimated and kept a corpse moving and conscious. with the end of the world stuff. It's not real end of the world stuff. Again, it's fucking experiments from actually, it's specifically this building. This is the Signala facility. The Signala facility that shows up in Outlast 2, where like the loud sound blast and bright lights happen. Same facility. And you actually find out in the lore notes in this game when you pick them up. What was his name? Father Ezekiel? Something like that. Father Ezekiel was actually a reagent here. They programmed him here to do what he did.
You are deserving of our love.
Yeah,
I don't know anything.
I love the lore of these games. That's why I like these games so much. That's why I want to play them more.
All I know is I must kill.
I've arrived. Hello, don't
Hi.
ask why my name is specific. Nobody. I'm not on somebody else's computer right now.
Aha.
Sebby, what did you do?
I did not commandeer someone's computer to be here.
Your name's
Hi.
still your name.
Oh yeah, I changed it on Steam. We're good. I'm here. We're vibing.
Huh.
Yeah.
You fucking goofball.
I have remote connected to somebody else's computer to be here. I'm ready.
That's amazing.
Oh my god.
Okay, so real quick, I wanted to give y'all the rundown because what I wanted to do was do the new stuff. That's why I was giving Cyraxis like lore and shit. This current patch is based specifically around a person named Amelia. Amelia is an ex-reagent who escaped apparently a long time ago and has since been living in the walls like Zebby.
That's me. I'm in your walls.
And this one is supposedly going to be more about finding that, like, where she is, what she's been doing. And we may end up with some events where she may have, like, interfered with the test and stuff. I don't know for sure, like, the full details, but supposedly there's a whole new mission, and we'll see if we can find it.
Okay.
Okay.
No, we don't want to do special therapy. Core therapy.
Core therapy.
Uh,
Therapy for your
we'll
core.
leave it on introductory for y'all. Actually, we'll do standard. We'll do standard.
Okay.
But these all seem to be fairly normal.
My graph is down.
Normal.
Okay, it's all still the same ones if I change the difficulty regardless.
Limit my friggin'
But
frame.
snitch, orphans. Yeah, they like I forgot that they also reduced, like, they like shaved out some of the shorter missions.
There we go.
So like the ones previously that would be like one objective and then you would be out are now kind of gone.
Why do you leap around like that, Sai?
I don't know. I don't know what it looks like.
So look at this. This is what you look like. Do you see me? It's so
Oh.
ugly. Why do you look like that? It's so bad.
I'm doing a little prance. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm so excited.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I think
Marin
the
isn't
special
seeing-
therapy is the new stuff. It is the MK challenge.
Marin is seeing none of the jubilation right now.
I'm sorry. I'm reading the mechanics.
Marin,
Oh,
look at my
interesting.
jubilee.
Look at the jubilation.
All right, I'm looking. Hold on. Hold your horses. Right, there you are.
It is a joyous day as we leap around.
Francis
that.
Day, Kalu Calais.
I've been doing this for the past 3
Go.
minutes.
Listen, okay, the jumping in this game is very funny.
It's so jubilation.
There's so much whimsy.
It's so whimsy. It's so jubilant.
Whimsical, if you will. All right.
It's so whimsical.
Here, we'll do the introductory level for these because it looks like there is still some new ones. So we'll go with eliminate the past.
I haven't played this in like over a year.
It's
By all
okay. I'm
accounts,
pretty sure the
everything
special
is
ones
gonna be
here,
new to
they
me.
look like they do look like they are like the shorter missions. Some of them. But we'll see, because some of these are still marked as new to me. So we're gonna do it without variants. So introductory is like the beginner level. And then
Okay.
there's standard above that. But we'll do this one first to get us all warmed up. I still always think it's funny with the shuttle when it's just wait, get in there, go.
Yeah, they won't let me in. They're like, 20 seconds, get in now!
Probably a dumb one. Do the sleeper agents remember anything of the outside world? Yes. Well, when they're activated, they're not seemingly actually conscious. Because it seems like we black out, at least according to the endings that we've seen.
I just black out anyways. Doesn't matter what I'm doing.
Yeah.
We out here.
Anytime I start going to drive, I block out, you know? I get it.
The dissociated driving. Listen, I sometimes do that. It's okay.
And like, I might not always
Me
end up
sitting in
where
my
I'm-
driveway, hands on the wheel still. How did I get here? Oh, that's Amelia.
Years, maybe, if you've somehow survived that long. What they don't know
Nerd!
is that's exactly how we're getting out. You hit rock bottom. Your life is nothing but opportunity. Be ready.
Oh, not the gas.
But yeah, if anybody has any lore questions, I'm more than happy to answer. Hi, Coil. Are you gonna shock your junk again?
I was gonna ask, why is this cop using his power? Cops don't do that.
I mean, this man is also a member of the KKK. And has killed 2 of his wives.
Oh.
Allegedly.
That's quite the
Allegedly.
Quite the collection. Killed 2 of his wives and in the KK. That's a
And a dishonorable
quite
discharge from the Navy. In the Navy.
You know, that's like the cherry on top, honestly.
He got dishonorably discharged?
Yes.
Ugh.
He got dishonorably
What a
discharged from the his wife mysteriously died. He joined the Navy to avoid any sort of like investigation. And then he got dishonorably discharged about a year and a half later. And then he went back, remarried, joined the police force. While being a very good policeman, he eventually got scouted by the KKK. Oh, hey, poster.
Oh.
And eventually worked his way up to a Grand Wizard. Because for some reason, this is also a D&D campaign.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. So hide button. I need
Escape
that.
the threat level. No time to waste.
I'm barefoot. Oh, I got the dogs out, man. Alright.
Oh, here.
Can I hop in there?
What is this, battery game?
Okay, this one's open.
Ooh, okay, I'm ready. Marin, I am so good at this game, and this game is not a game that genuinely frightens me. That would be crazy.
Listen, when I asked Ty if he wanted to come play with both of us, he was like, but Zebby hates this game.
It genuinely frightens me. I don't know. This game is
awesome.
actually.
A little concerned.
This
Oh,
game
here it is.
scares me very genuinely. I will never stream it again. will
I
not
love this
stream it
game.
forever.
It's
It's great. It makes me so stressed out when I play it. It's great.
also this weird mix too, because like you see like the center area where you can like see the scientists and stuff. I really like that.
It's really cool.
You say that, like, we're aware we're being experimented on. This would alter our natural behavior.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying, like, these scientists are not very good at conducting an actual scientific experiment. Oh, there's the guy.
What guy is that?
The top guy with the taser thing got dishonorably discharged. That
yeah,
guy.
Okay, right. I didn't realize. I'm what they call stupid.
Oh, here it is.
I'm a little bit of a dummy.
Well, I just walked by him and he seemed to ignore me, so he might be a little
I picked up
stupider.
something. I don't know what. I picked up a corkscrew. I think.
Yeah, I don't know what.
It looks like a lockpick. Oh, a corkscrew. You know, it could anything's a corkscrew.
Yeah. Getcha. Marin doing all the work. Karen, I have no idea what we have to do right now.
We're supposed to be picking up the boxes, and here's the other one.
Oh, the gas. Oh, the hallucinating.
Oh god, I still got affected by it trying to jump over it.
Oh, my tummy. Oh, my tummy hurts.
I have like a weird aerosol thing. You guys do that?
Nah. Oh, is there more? Oh my god, there's so many more. Oh my god, okay, there's so many boxes. We need to look for them.
Gotta go find boxes. Okay. Oh, okay, it's boxes time.
Okay, find boxes. Gotta find boxes. What do these boxes look like? What are
They're
they?
little brown boxes. They're usually on like top of stuff. They kind of
Okay, I
flash at
gotta-
you.
Oh, I did not like that. Ooh, I did not like that. Oh, I'm Oh, I'm gaseous again. Oh, I'm so gaseous.
Well, did you eat something bad?
I'm
Like,
so gaseous. Please help. Oh, my tummy. There we go.
oh,
Sorry,
my
I
tummy
keep
feels
saying
crazy.
I keep saying things. I'm like, grab me and kill me with their bare hands or something.
Maybe.
I don't know why.
I feel like we're
That
getting
was
rid
a
of
strange
evidence.
sound.
And also, a door's opening up, and I'm assuming there's a guy.
Oh, that's him. That's him.
Yeah, this is introductory, so our only enemy should be Coil.
I can't even see anything, bro.
This dude is not a
Yeah.
professional.
You don't even know. This guy probably doesn't even know Barbie, man.
He literally probably doesn't even know Barbie.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Gotta be.
What?
Jesus, there's no like. It doesn't give an indicator or anything either.
Oh, I found one.
What? Oh, okay.
I found one better than Sai found one, so I win.
Oh.
I wish I had a
Well, how'd you
verse
find it
mode where
better?
someone could be
Like-
one of the main baddies.
Oh
Ooh.
god. Oh my god. Oh, I'm
That-
literally walking. Oh! How do I drop? How do I? Okay. There's
How
a
do
man
I
on my
drop?
Oh no. Oh dear. Okay, I'm fine.
Oh, I see it.
Where
I'm
is he?
hallucinating so bad right now, bro. Oh my gosh.
I need to give you the. I think the aerosol stuff is like.
If you go to level 3, after a bit, it should drop back down on its own. Oh, I see another one.
Where's Zebby at? There you are. Hi, Zebby.
Hi, Sai.
How do I drop an item?
I don't
Oh,
know.
God, we've
Can
only
you
got 1
just
minute.
hit me? Can you just hit me? Is that acceptable as well?
I-
Can you just hit me with a can?
I have a feeling
Unfortunately,
I
no. I can heal you if you come to the.
Okay.
Bro, just hiding in a locker?
Can sweat. Whale's right there, by the way. Are we supposed to get all of those?
I don't know. I mean, Zebby has the box. I have an aerosol thing for Zebby.
I just healed Seppi. Because I have the buff
Oh.
on my heal spray.
Okay.
You're doing
the guy's
terrific,
over
Seppi.
there, but... Hey man, what's up? How you
But-
doing? Come get me, stupid. Come on, stupid. Ow!
Dang. I'm kind of give you kisses.
Okay, I think we can go.
Oh.
It seems like we only... Okay, regroup.
and then- Oh, I'm amazing. Nice. Okay.
Alright, I'm coming. Coil, you piece of shit! Fucking closet
he-
case! Alright,
Yeah,
a bow
he's ready to
10.
go closet.
We did it. I'm gonna throw up.
I...
For group therapy, this is not very therapeutic.
Difficulty 4.
What is...
Difficulty 4.
I didn't know we were on a difficulty.
Okay, now we need to find a way out.
Wee woo.
Wee woo.
Wee woo.
No way this way.
Ah! Oh, I'm dumb. Get it. Stop it.
Oh my god, no! Open the fucking door! Oh, hi.
Beep boop. Beep boop. Beep boop. Wee woo. Wee woo. Oh, hey,
There's a guy. I don't know what he wants, so I'm just gonna...
wee woo.
There we go. Just gonna close that.
Oh, so that's a locked door. Okay, I hadn't seen those yet.
Wee woo.
Okay, so there's got to be an alternative way around.
Wee woo. Wee woo. Oh no, I've gotten turned around. I don't know where I am. Oh dear. Okay. I'm
Just look for the white diamond and try to head in that direction as best you can.
There's so many buddies in here. I'm gonna throw up. Come on, game. No. Oh no, am I dead? I fear I am cooked. Okay, it's fine. We're good.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Hey guys.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm just gonna close that. There we go. They'll never figure out how to open
I
that door.
just came from over there.
Oh, you did? I think we do need to go this way though.
Really?
Come on.
I must have missed something over here.
Maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Oh God, we have 1 minute. I didn't realize.
are we, chat, we may be a little bit quick.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's just over here.
Oh, here it is.
What? Oh, you found it?
Yep. Oh, hi, Coil.
Yes, I can.
Hey, shit, Coil.
Ah!
Oh, why would the thing throw? Why couldn't I throw the thing at him?
Which thing did you throw?
No, my rig thingy. Ow, he just You keep touching me, I'm gonna kick you.
You keep touching him, call police. Oh, wait a minute.
I'm gonna tell on his mom.
Sit down. Sit down. Okay.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Ma'am, sit down.
I don't like the timer.
I don't like any of that. I don't like being timed. I don't like any of that.
I felt very rushed. I couldn't.
That slow wind is pictures of how it's going for Zebby. You're doing great. Listen, you're the one that said yes. It's exposure therapy.
I love group therapy.
I don't like being this exposed. I'm gonna be honest.
You mean because you don't have shoes?
I don't have shoes.
You know,
either,
that
so
is bothersome.
You
yeah.
You can touch me. You can touch her.
Zebby, I do not want to. I
gross-
don't want to touch
gross-
toes. Zebby, please. I do
But
not want to touch.
they're so bad.
Resist.
It's so gross. It's so gross. Why are we barefoot?
I don't know.
Because
I don't.
everybody starts off barefoot like a baby, so that the Murkoff Corporation can rebirth us.
It's the other way too.
Hi, Iris. And then you also get like a foot bath as soon as you come out. Totally fine, totally normal. I still
Bro, I
also
need some
question why there's like
sneakers.
sprays of blood and stuff inside the fucking decontam room.
What's the deal with that, actually?
It's supposed to be
It
a
doesn't-
decontamination room, but it makes. I don't think it's doing its job.
It feels a little contaminated, if I'm gonna be honest.
I feel contaminated, just generally.
I don't think this window was here before. Because now you can see a morgue down the hall. You can see the rooms where it looks like some people are getting transfusions and have the shakes. And then there's some guys on more
I've been
slabs
there.
over here.
I should be in there having the shakes.
Oh god, not the shakes.
Doc? Alright. Wait, my unwife and roommate and friend are talking about how old they look. They look both younger than their ages. Cool. So I asked Prince how old she thought I was. And she goes, 50. Daedric,
Oh,
are you not 50?
you're not old.
Alright. Oh, hey. Task finish. Nice. Hell yeah. Dailies, baby.
We did it! Dailies, baby. It's all about the dailies. It's always gonna be about the dailies.
Alright, time for more special therapy. Let's do Kidnap the Mistress.
Ooh.
Do what to her?
Prostitutes receive more honest confessions than priests. Identify the pervert by his taste. Kidnap his dominatrix. Deliver her for interrogation. And we will let you out. I have no idea what this one is. I don't know if this is the Lupara one or it feels like it could be another Coil one. Because that looks almost like police station mannequins. Decontamination room, removing the propaganda contaminated reagents. Yeah. You are not immune to propaganda.
I want to be though.
No one is immune. You can't be immune to something if you don't know that it exists.
Sai, you ever laughed at a meme? Meme is propaganda.
Yes.
Meme is propaganda.
Meme is propaganda?
Yeah, memes are propaganda.
No. No, you're lying. You're lying.
Meme propaganda.
Meme
Propaganda is
propaganda.
useless.
Sniffles, I want to be brainwashed. Let me be
Propaganda
brainwashed
is
so I don't have to
useless.
worry about how shit the world is.
Base.
Hello?
You are a moral will.
Oh, am I?
Nothing more and nothing less.
Are you sure about
We're
that?
not testing how fast you can run, how well you can hide. We are testing your integrity. Show us you deserve the future.
Deserve the future.
I always deserve.
Am I
the
not,
future.
do I not, am I not, have I not earned the future by the simple merit of being born?
Yes, time.
Oh, it is Lupara. Oh, right. Because to him, he is ineffectively infantile, and therefore to him, in order to have a bigger penis, he must rub his shotgun.
Is anyone gonna tell him that's not how it works?
That's how he thinks it works, and that's good enough for him.
You know what? I'll tell him. If I see him, I'll tell him that's not how it works.
All right, you can also call him a hobbit for me while you're at it.
You took my
A jar-headed hobbit.
kidnap the mistress. Listen. I can't do that again. I'm gonna go back to prison.
Oh no.
Ow!
Did you get
bad.
popped by the mine already? Excuse me, I'm also gonna break this window.
No, there's a guy by the stand at the front. Ow! Ugh. What do I keep running into?
Oh. Oh, this is where we needed to go. Oh, shit. Improvised weapon code uh-oh. Body, letter, number, room. Okay.
How about you give me
Um,
what I want?
I'm sorry. How's a scythe an improvised weapon? I think that's literally just a weapon. It's not really
It's
improvised.
improvised if you want it to be, okay? It can be improvised because of the stone. There's a poster. My poster now.
Find them in city streets and the sewer. Sorry, I was turning up the game volume of my own ears so that I could hear what the speaker was saying. Oh.
I need to tinker. How do I tinker?
This looks like it's the wire one, so you probably have to line up the things.
So this is nice and cozy. This is pleasant and cozy, and I'm seeing tentacles on the floor again. Oh lord. Oh.
Do you want me to get rid of the tentacles? Oh, okay, no, you found a thing. Okay, good.
Okay, no more floor tentacles for Zebby.
There we go. I did it.
Okay,
I
so
win.
there's a wire this way. Oh, it activated the cocaine, so...
The cocaine? It's been activated?
It can't
Okay,
believe it
so we know
activated
it's a woman.
Yeah?
that. Thank God.
It could be something else, you
was- I
never
was-
know.
I was scared.
I'm really scared of women,
4-8A.
Honestly,
That's
good
new,
set building.
Nocifer.
Good set building. Huge fan.
Yo, are these real donuts?
Hey man, when I get out of here, I'm gonna eat the teeth out of your mouth, alright?
Yes, I.
I'm just saying.
Why would you
I've-
say that to such a random guard man? What has he ever done to you?
Okay, there's the
Part of the
para.
problem.
So sewers are here. I'm gonna go look in the sewers.
I like the sewers.
He saw me.
The sewer enjoyer. Mark off property.
Can I? Oh, I can't open this door.
I really want to play with the funny can noise.
I heard her and it was like, wait, she sounds so far away. I don't have to worry about this.
Well, I didn't mean to go in here, but I'm in here now.
Are we kidnapping her? What's happening?
Yeah, is that?
Oh, here it is.
I'm supposed to kidnap?
Can I get a soda pop for 10 cents? Jesus.
Yeah, you go about, wow, 10 cents.
Yeah.
It is 64.
That's fair.
Okay, where's
Back
this
then,
wire go?
If you had a $1 back then, that'd just buy you a car.
I love having a house. I have a bottle. Bottles are cool.
Yeah. You can also use them to dome somebody.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use it to dome somebody. I can use it to dome you, Sai. Come here.
You could, but
Here.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Stay still so I can throw this bottle at your skull.
No, no.
Please, I don't have good aim. I have very near sight.
Then here was the
I'm
other one.
afraid of confrontation.
Yes, and I'm just gonna go under here.
But Zebby, what if there's a critter?
Well, you are a critter, so why won't you let me hit you in the head with the bottle?
Because it'll hurt.
Okay, that sounds like
But aren't you a
skill
big,
issue.
strong Mothman?
I was gonna say, are you a big,
No.
strong centipede? Sai?
Oh, centipede, moth thing, angel.
I'm not a moth!
He's just a centipede.
Angel?
Hey, are you a big, strong moth, Sai? Don't you know better?
Oh, find all the clues. Did I find the mistress? Is that what this is? What the hell is this?
No, we're getting the clues basically. Like as we do this, it's unlocking. We need to know. Okay, so that was 2 down here. So there should be another one, I think, on the street. So we can probably go back up.
Okay, cool.
Because I'm gonna guess.
I'm so excited.
So
Oh,
we
I
shouldn't-
can't see anything. There we go. Owie. I love stepping on glass with my bare feet.
Same.
My favorite.
I find that
It's okay. Eventually, you'll get the greatest perk in the game. Is like one of the first ones. Slippers. If you're walking, then you don't make noise when walking over glass.
Oh, that's nice.
Why would slippers prevent
That was
that
just
from
a-
happening?
that's not,
Because
unless
you're
it's
doing
like
it barefoot, and
fluff
now
on the
now you're
bottom.
wearing soft shoes.
Right,
So
'cause
we're
I
wearing
feel like-
very fluffy shoes, including on the bottom of the shoes there is fluff.
This
That
would make
is
it really
the
dirty.
implication. It's gonna get really nasty really quickly. I'm here for it though. Good for them. Good for this game.
What do the clues look like?
It's
I'm
the
assuming
guys
they'll do.
dealing cocaine. Or you can find the box itself. But the guys dealing cocaine are the ones that are like out in the open, and you have to follow the wire. Oh, son of a bitch! I even heard it.
Oh.
I even heard like the
Fancy guy
static of
dealing
the
cocaine
mind, and I
looks
was like, oh, it's fine.
Like a centipede. So you look like you would deal cocaine in this game.
It says it was
What
in
the
the
hell?
streets, didn't it?
You look a little bit like a cocaine dealer, so.
That's not accurate. You're lying.
You
You're
look like a
being
cocaine.
dishonest.
Hey,
Hmm.
look, this is a man. Hello, man. You're
Oh, hey,
dead.
poster.
I'm gonna
That's
bash
just,
this
a,
door.
that's just a guy. They're using our comrades as props in this game. In this simulation.
Hold on. I was gonna say you gotta be real careful because that was trapped.
I'll be fine. I'll walk it off.
It's fine. I'm
Look,
stronger
we
than
have
that.
there's like previous parties hanging out in here.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Is that mine
Look, they're letting
upstairs?
us See our friends, but
Oh, yeah, it
bodies
is.
like this. So this is so traumatizing for my little brain.
There's
I don't
pub.
know how I'll be able to handle it.
We may need to go back to the. Oh, bitch is in there. Watch out, there's also an explosive mine right there, Zebby. Go under it.
Okay, I'm good. I like how she just sits in there and expects me to. Well, I would. I would walk into it accidentally. 'Cause I'm
Okay,
stupid,
this was
but,
the
you know.
exit. Here, let's go in here and
Because
see if
I'm
it.
stupid. Don't.
Body A2, room we don't know yet, but. Oh, letter and number. A2 is a face drill,
Oh,
but
So we need to kidnap a woman with a face drill.
city streets and the sewers. Find them ends. Okay, so I don't think we. Yeah, we still haven't found the city
so
street
it must
one.
be in the streets then, yeah, because we've already been in the sewers
Unless there's like.
thoroughly.
Unless the demo one counts as the street and they're all in the sewers, but I doubt that.
We've sewered our last system.
You can also try looking for like long cables, but I think
Yes.
once we.
Drugs.
Drugs.
Ah.
Drugs.
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 Okay.
Drugs.
Drugs.
Well, I found a woman with a face drill, but
Yeah?
it won't let
You
me
probably
kidnap
can't take
her.
it yet.
Yeah. We literally have to find all the clues. We can't even like.
There could be multiple with face drills too. There may be another one with face drills somewhere on the map.
I know, but it's like it won't even let us like try and
It's
make a
like
theoretical
right
guess.
there.
smarter than you. I'm sure I'm smarter than all the scientists here.
Oh my god, all I hear is parade. All I hear is parade. It's parade all the way down.
Drugs!
Did you find drugs?
No, I tried to hit Sai with a bottle and I missed. Sorry.
You're being
Drugs!
very rude. You're being very rude right now. Sophie.
Drugs!
The wiggle
It's okay,
propaganda? You will be wiggled.
What's the matter, Sai?
It makes noise, and I don't know where that one dude is.
It'll be alright.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
It'll be
Whatever.
fine, Sai. Listen, you don't believe
Do y'all just hear
me.
the echoes of a sobbing woman?
Occasionally. I try to ignore it, as women aren't.
I
real.
also try to ignore it.
As I'm sure you're aware, women are not real. I'm not real. You're not real. Marilyn, we're not
Wheel.
real. None of us are real. Shut
Nobody
up.
is
We've
wheel.
got Wheel.
No one asked you. Sai, just shut up.
I think I was asked. I'm gonna be
I
honest.
did
I
not.
think I was asked.
I genuinely did not ask. I do
What is
not
this?
remember asking nor caring.
Snack bar, laundry.
I found evidence.
Nice.
Evidence.
Wait. Ping it.
How do I ping it?
Mouse wheel. That's
That.
the lore. I want those.
I found the lore.
Gimme. Murkoff minutes.
Game.
Oh.
This game makes me so normal. Okay.
Listen, Sebi, we know you play with the gamer bucket. It's fine.
The what?
The gamer bucket.
What does that even mean?
It's a gamer office chair with the hole cut out on top of a bucket.
Uh-oh. Yes.
Yeah,
you
that
are
is
impotent.
exactly
Get
what
out
you
of
are.
here.
All right, I'm gonna starting to think that maybe this other person is in the
Well,
sewer.
we got Bestie let out. Bestie got moved over to the streets.
I'm impotent. It's like, okay, dude, we get it.
Stop me. I'm impotent. It's okay.
I am
Drax-
unstoppable. I'm impotent.
Strax and Sarah are gonna go play in the sewers and not get our heads blown up. That'd be crazy.
Right.
If we were not getting
I
our heads blown up.
walked through a bunch of glass earlier, and now I'm gonna go play in the sewers.
It's okay, I'm doing the same thing. Oh, you can hide in here. Neat.
I love playing in the sewers. It's my favorite way to play Barbie dress up greenhouse. Yippee.
A woman. Thank you.
I need somebody hurt real bad. This
Maybe I found it.
Person, why would you do that? Because die in a hole. That's why, obviously.
I think I did find it.
Emma,
Okay,
I
hold
don't
on.
know. Can I stick you to the other side?
I'm fine, I think. Probably.
What if I just want to do it just to see what happens?
Yeah, I found it. Oh, so they're warning
Just
me
for
in
the
the
thrill.
streets.
Yeah, just for the thrill, like a YouTube
What?
content
The-
farm. I've been getting those on my.
Listen, it was
Not
fun.
this way, not this way. Oh, go.
Okay.
Ow!
I crouched underneath it, I swear!
I think you got up too quick.
I think I did. I'd be subject to agree with you on that.
So, we have to do what now?
We can go back and figure out which one it is.
The impotent guy is coming up somewhere. Yeah, he's impotenting me everywhere. I don't like it.
He's so impotent.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hey! Impotent guy's down there. Where did
He's being very impotent right now. Why do we
he speak? Impotent, and I'm scared. What do you want? What are you
I
doing here, Sai? You don't even know Barbie. What are you doing here?
I don't know Barbie.
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 Yeah, Barbie from Barbie's Dream House.
Okay. So we go in here. Snack bar, which we've actually already been in, which I think is over by where y'all are. I think it was on the
Oh,
right
it's
or on the left over
in-
there at the
in
end of that.
snack bar.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna run out of night vision soon. Good.
Get batteries.
Oh, here, I have a large battery for you if you need it.
Oh, this is well.
You don't have to have the night vision on all the time.
I
Just-
don't.
Okay, well, I'm just saying. You know, you don't have to waste it.
I'm not wasting it. I hate this man. I hate you so much. Okay. Freaking
I hate you more. I hate you
Shut
more,
up.
Zebby.
Shut up. No, nobody asked you. Nobody asked you.
Yeah,
Alright,
nobody
we're here.
asked. I'm
Stop.
aware.
No, we're
But
here
had to
saying
be
this
said.
stupid experimentation, simulation thing, and the last thing I need is you trying to girl boss all over the place and tell me what's what, being like, what was Zebby? I did the battery. You know what? We're gonna go back. I'm gonna beat you in arm wrestling.
I don't think that's gonna happen, but
I'm
it's a good
going
theory.
you did a theory. You know what? Matt Pat's been dead for years.
Cringe is dead and I'm still breathing.
Is this,
I say that as if I'm not the most
There's a-
cringe-sensitive person alive.
there's a bar here.
I got her.
Oh.
No, y'all were on the end. It was like the little bitty snack bar that we hadn't like gone upstairs yet because of the mine on the landing.
On the landing.
Oh.
Ah, okay.
Uh-oh.
Now, excuse me, I'm just gonna throw this woman in the back here.
Did it.
Squints at face.
I'm ready to stun this man so bad. He's gonna.
wanna-
He's.
I'm gonna throw rocks at
All
him.
right, time to go.
Gotta go.
Oh.
Oh, that was.
Button.
Great, yeah.
A box. Give her a kiss? No.
I know, I know.
Was that who was just holding the bottle next to me?
I might
I
be.
think that was Zebby.
Uh-oh.
Zebby, what are you doing?
The
Zebby?
game might have just did a little bit of crashing. It's fine. Hang on, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I'm fine.
Because you're standing out there.
I'm good. I live.
Oops, I survived.
I'm good. We're
Good.
good. I'm
Are
okay.
you? Are you getting in the pod? What are you doing?
I thought it, I can't read. Shut up. I'm good.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
All
So
right.
I was like, I was sitting here watching you go back and forth. I'm like, are you getting in the pod? The trials won't let you leave. It's rigged! The reagents appear to be accepting the therapy. Excellent theta wave activity. How are your thetas feeling?
I feel great. I feel normal.
We're joining Scientology.
That's what we're gonna do. It's an acting camp, guys. Join the acting.
Acting.
Camp.
It's a great opportunity for me to get my career going.
Wow.
Yes, I'm totally gonna move to Whitechapel, Florida. No, you don't gotta worry about those rumors that it's owned by a cult. It's a really beautiful town with lots of thriving businesses.
Uh-huh.
They support small businesses over there, guys. It's okay.
Right, definitely.
Bluebird.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, definitely.
Bird. Bird?
They don't also have people running
Just
around at
shy
night
of
keeping an
perfection.
eye on you, like in
I
case you
knew
might
when
be
we
up to
chose you
something
that
that
you
isn't
would
what
be
they
a
approve
star
of. They wouldn't
Well,
do that.
that's why you're a good actor.
So much.
It's acting camp.
All right, guys, it's time to do the most embarrassing thing a content creator can do. We're going to take improv classes.
Let's go! All right. It's time. I'd be willing. I'm ready and willing.
Yo, wait, who's this person that literally has their entire room turned into a diner? Holy shit.
Wait, this is so cool.
Huh?
Wait, this is so cool, actually. Oh my gosh, we've been locked in.
I forgot how to emote. I forgot how to emote.
This is so neat. I love this.
How do we emote? Controls.
I'm communicating.
Keybinds. Emote, 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 emote.
This is so neat. Like, look at all the little. He's locked us in.
We're trapped. We're trapped. Sai, you have
we've
to
been a
save
little-
us.
Sai, we've been a little bit trapped by a guy in the diner.
You're locked in the diner?
Yeah, we're a little trapped.
What if I
Okay.
just, They're looking at me kind of upset.
I'm pulled back in. That was actually kind of scary. Like the pullback was actually a little.
They're beckoning me. They're beckoning.
Very cool. I like their setup.
Crisis.
Zebby would unironically take over Scientology. Zebby, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I would win Scientology.
I
Oh
would
wait,
win
that's telling me that I
Scientology.
have something in my
I
ear.
would brainwash them.
over here? What's new? Why does this guy always got something new to say, but there's
He's so
nothing
cool.
new to do?
It's lore relevant. He followed me. Ah!
Marin, you've become a little bit of a little. Oh, he is following you. Ooh.
Obedience facilitates autonomy.
I don't know how to do the emotes.
I don't know, but he told me.
It's lore relevant, Scab. Fuck you, Pinky. This is the lore
told to
household.
rotate,
You know that.
So I'm rotating. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. What are you doing, Sai?
Spying on them.
Yeah.
Please respect all sleep room personnel.
We're bonding over here. It's good. Oh.
Okay. Dang, guys, I can't believe they gave us a massive side game about sleeper agents and unethical science for us to in this weird chess game.
Trust leader.
Pretty good.
I can't believe this whole time this game has actually just been the side game to playing chess.
Yeah,
Right.
I love Chess Simulator.
Oh, that's a
Hey, look, so I
barricade.
sit down. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you at
Yeah?
arm wrestling.
Oh, I haven't leveled up.
Okay,
Careful
let's
out
arm
there.
wrestle. I actually haven't done this in forever.
I have neither, and also I'm like, my ping is really bad, so.
Really, Zebby, if I remember, you were cracked at fucking the arm wrestling.
I was, but now my ping is really bad, so it's okay. Yeah, I'm not doing too hot.
Neither am I, apparently.
Really? I'm like seconds behind on this. How am I doing worse than you?
I don't know.
Why is this so evenly matched? Please leave me alone.
Quick, steal the donuts and milkshake. Oh my god.
No way! Sorry, I was lagging
listen,
so bad.
Listen,
How?
listen,
No,
Sai's
you
an
actually
artist,
don't
not a
think- I
gamer.
don't-
It's okay.
No, you said that. I don't think it's working. Like the amount of times I was clicking on the Reddit, it was just like somehow I was getting delayed with it. I don't know what the fuck was going on there.
Play the beat to Wellerman. You won't? I don't know the drum beat to Wellerman. All right, want to do more drugs?
I love drugs.
Yeah, let's do more drugs. Let's do some acetaminophen, dude.
Powdered
Let's do some
acetaminophen.
Let's do some antihistamines. Come on, let's do. Come on, bro.
Let's do some antacids. My tummy hurt.
Your tummy hurts.
Crazy.
My tummy goes crazy. Out here taking Tums, the right amount of doses.
I'm over here snorting the fucking lactate.
Oh yeah, you got.
Wait, don't they? Aren't
you
there
ever?
certain drugs where they actually do fucking cut it with lactate? I think that was for a while. That was the thing.
I don't know, but the hardest shit I do is Gaviscon. All right, like I got
For the
nothing.
date and be ready. Easterman's been preparing you for something incredible. Something painful.
Oh, that's what 4-8 was.
Even if the only thing you learn in a slaughterhouse is how to be meat.
Okay, so that's what 4-8 was on the other map. That was the message from Amelia. So maybe there'll be another update in like just over a week.
It's the impotent man.
Oh, good lord. That's Saw level
love it.
shit. Hi, Biggles. Chess.com got an update from last time I played.
Ready?
Chess is so good. How come there hasn't been a chess 2?
There is. There's 5D chess. Have you not seen it? There's also chess plus time travel. Have you not played time travel chess?
Oh,
No.
that sounds complicated and scary.
It is. That's exactly the point.
Oh my god. I had to sneeze out the drugs that made me sneeze.
No
Stash
drugs,
behind.
baby. Easy.
We gotta get some drugs.
Crab pot.
This isn't.
Oh,
a
hey, there's
chicken
evidence
nor a
right
pig.
here. Thank you.
This looks useful.
Gimme.
Is the evidence only lore?
Yes. It's always going to be like lore documents. All right, which one of you can see the tentacles?
No tentacles yet.
I'm proud of you.
No tentacles.
Hi, guys. Oh, those are faces. No, they're not. Those are nipples.
Buddy. What? I don't want to know.
There's nipples on the table.
You don't look at those.
Oh.
Somebody may want
You
that.
should grab that.
Need the inhaler.
Yep.
For whenever you get the drug.
And I won't. I will. See,
I am
you don't
amazed.
You don't trust me. You don't trust me enough. It's fine.
Package in
I literally don't.
shipping
That
yard.
should not have worked.
Missing drug packet. Hide drugs in Franco's barrels. Okay. Hi.
Drugs.
Hello.
Oh, I do have a bottle.
Police guy?
Yeah.
The
No, I
standard
think that's
guy.
our dealer.
Oh, bye, Marin.
What?
Yeah, okay, well, yeah, I guess
Bye,
we'll,
Marin. See ya, Marin.
Okay.
Oh wait.
Actually.
Okay.
there we go.
Where's my little
Casino
ball later?
3. I guess robot has to do with something. Robot specifications. Toys. Oh, hey. Where's her?
I'm okay.
So Casino Kimco Lab. Oh, hive mine.
I'm gonna eat it.
Here, I got
That was you made some terrifying sounds there.
Rig's on cooldown, never mind. I do not got
Put
it.
it in my tummy. Okay. No tummy.
No tumby.
And up in there. Another mine here. Excuse me. I'm gonna jump over you. Hi.
I trust myself to do that. What are they called? Chili.
Hello.
Hang on. Here we go. Okay. There we go.
Hello.
I win. I haven't exploded anything yet. Yippee!
Yay!
The days of cigarette vending machines.
What are we looking for?
I think we're going to pick up drugs.
Drugs.
I have the thing like up on the
got-
top,
I
and
picked
it's
up- I'm
casino,
packets.
3 casino, 3 Kimco Lab, 3 train depot.
The packets are on me. I took a couple packets.
Oh, where'd you find them?
Over where I'm at.
So just, is there like a bunch of them?
Yeah, it's in the bucket.
Ow, fuck, I forgot the bomb was there. That's fine though. It doesn't deal enough damage to drop a bar and I auto heal.
In the bucket.
That's fair.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Now
So
you can
how many do
put them in
you,
your mouth.
oh, okay, we have to put them in our
I have-
slots.
I have to say- yeah,
Here,
I
have
I
this.
2. Okay.
All right, I'll go find Kimco or Casino, whichever one I come across first. Casino, there it is. There's the casino over there.
That's not fun noise. I don't like that.
That's
Oh, he's
something. I don't know what
upstairs.
that was.
It's man! Isn't that the piss baby from the last one?
Yeah, it's Piss Baby.
Yeah, Lupara.
He's yelling about us playing with his toys.
Well, I think his name's actually Franco, but
Nice noise, Ty.
Hooah!
You're so jubilant.
Thank you.
Look, I didn't kill myself.
oh hi.
Thank you for understanding I'm full of jubilee.
So full of jubilee. Absolutely filled to the brim with it. Oh, he's there. Okay. I don't. Wait. Side.
Move.
Co-op move. Side. Co-op move. Okay.
No, we can't. That's for someone else jumping across. We have to
Oh
move.
Lord. Okay. Ooh. Drugs.
Yeah, we gotta just move around.
No.
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 Marin, we're stupid. We don't know what's going on.
Okay, you're doing fantastic.
I have so many hands full worth it. I have so many hands full of cocaine. Please.
Oh hi, fake Zebby.
That's not a real Zebby.
That's
Tebby.
Tebby.
Tebby's
Parentheses
live.
live. She'll stab you, by the way.
Tebby! God damn it!
Oh come on, it's in character.
Ow,
That
what?
might as
Okay, I
well
got
just
2
be-
people on me. Oh,
That
boy.
might as well just be me.
Yeah.
Shut that. There we go.
Oh, there's multiple barrels. Okay.
I'm fine. Shut up.
Did y'all not have the alarmed? I don't think I want to open that door right now. Uh-oh,
Dude,
Sai's
dude.
Sai's getting smacked by someone.
I got him. I'm gonna kick their ass. Hold on.
Okay.
Murder him.
All that for a drop of blood.
You know, it's worth it, I think.
Okay, there's another barrel up here. I want that brick, though. This brick is mine. There are many like it, but this one is mine.
I have like 3 packets of drugs right now. I don't know where to put them.
Well, there was one back at the depot that we walked past. So there's barrels with dudes with guys like headless pieces sticking out of them, and you just go shove them down their neck. I didn't know they had to tie into the game. Wait, which one?
Which one?
Oh, the Kimco lab is this way, but we're also missing another barrel. Oh God, let me make it through. Let me make it through. Nice. Wow, this map actually is big. I'm surprised I've never done this one before.
I feel very silly.
I feel very lost.
It's okay, I'm pretty lost too because there's a lot of new parts.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure arc right now, personally.
We're in a casino. We're doing dandy work. Okay, that also goes to Kimco. They're beating up a dude in here. What's out here?
I believe in myself. Who needs group therapy?
I need
is
to
that
put
the
more mines
poster?
everywhere.
Honk, 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 honk. They've let a man out.
Oh, it was in
Yeah,
here.
they sure did.
I just
Okay.
watched her exit the little doors. Spooky. What is she? She have a gun. Sorry, I just turned into a Looney Tunes character. Oh my gosh. Is
Okay,
that a gun?
I'm gonna go ahead and open this alarm door now. If you excuse me, shit's about to get real fucking loud.
Okay.
Oh, there's chemicals in here, and I already found one of the body barrels.
Are you okay with that, Sai? It's more storage. So.
Oh, there actually isn't any poison in here. Y'all come towards me. I'm in
Why
the
can't I
Kimco
run?
area.
Literally, why can I not run?
You have stamina.
I shut the door. I did it. I did it. I'm so. Ooh, I did it. I'm so. Oh.
You're very cool.
I'm so cool. Marin.
Oh, hi.
We're almost there. I have a. Ew. 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 Oh, that's. Okay.
Are you just trapped in here?
Oh, hi, guys.
So yes, we better get comfy.
If you go through there, if you go through that section, there should be a barrel near you and their side that you can shove it into. There's also
Yeah,
one in that
okay,
corner.
'cause
Did you already
I-
do that one? Oh, it looks like you did.
Yeah. So I want to kind of free up some inventory space if possible.
More brick. Everybody needs more brick in their life. Okay. There's got to be another one in there somewhere.
Oh, it's here. Let me in.
Oh, there's the para. All right, I'm gonna go back and get more drugs, and then we can do the depot one.
Okay.
I think the front of the casino is this way. No, I'm in down.
Zombie. Oh, that guy's a gun. Zebby.
Zigzag! Zigzag!
Oh,
Fine.
crap.
Dodge
Oh,
we.
crap.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Wait, no.
crap.
Door. Okay, wait. This way.
Ow!
Ah! Listen, it's fine. I'm good.
Hi.
Hello.
No,
All right, I've grabbed one more.
I'm good.
Oh.
There's.
Don't
Oh,
fall
see, there's
down.
4-8 again. 4-8A, and I'm pretty sure A is for Abigail. I saw the upstairs. I think it was like over here. No, where was it? The door to the second.
Things are. Did we get all the ones from the chem place? Put all the drugs in?
Yes, we're just on the train depot now.
Okay.
Ah, here's the first one. Whenever we get out of this, I'm going to show you all a setting that'll be super useful, which is just make the objective always visible.
That'd be nice.
That's a setting that I have, and I always forget that it's not default.
Ah! I got him, Sai. Don't worry. I killed him with a water bottle.
Sounds like somebody's...
Get the brick!
I threw my Stanley water bottle at him. He's dead. Here we go again. Yoink!
Somebody.
Don't worry, Sai. He's gonna have a concussion by the time we're done with him.
God, I hope so. I hope he can't remember his name.
I hope. Ah!
We could say some. Oh, hi, buddy. Ow, Jesus, you drew that pretty fucking quick.
I wish I knew where things were.
I was trying to find the staircase I saw earlier. Because I think the other two barrels are upstairs. I'm just trying.
Where's the... I don't know.
Oh, there's a staircase. It's fucking right there.
Good morning.
Oh, we have a Molotov guy.
Yeah, he kind of gave me kisses earlier. Get a brick.
He won't turn around, right? Like, he wouldn't expect
Yes, he will.
to-
But I just hit his ass, so move.
He wouldn't turn around.
Yeah, he wouldn't turn around now, would he?
Bunch of goodies on the floor. Grab those.
Huh, so there was an alternative way. Also, I can go on top of the trains.
That's kind of cool. So how you get to the train depot? This on top of the train?
Oh, this was an alternative way to get to the casino.
Oh. No.
Are they releasing another dude?
Okay.
Oh, God damn it.
I'm not going to talk about what I just found.
What did you just find?
Ow!
Sorry,
somebody shot me.
Let's call it a milking station.
Oh. Yeah, I don't like what you said. Please change what you said.
Please don't.
Oh, I found it. There's the barrel right here.
Oh, I'm right next to the.
Not the ooh.
Next to the guy, whoever just popped
Do
out.
not call it my station. No.
What?
Marin's Carnival issued brick chat saying it's my milking station. Ain't no fucking way.
Jail.
Jail.
But yeah, there was a barrel right next to where I'm hiding right now.
Where are you at?
I'm hiding in a box.
Upstairs. Yeah, I tried going upstairs and then a dude with a fucking Molotov and a guy with a gun showed up because I was apparently that much of a threat.
Oh, well, this is a bad thing because I don't have any cocaine on me.
I have cocaine.
I'm gonna go get more cocaine.
Open the door, there we go. Get on the floor. Everybody wants
But
some
dude, the
cocaine.
dinosaur. Yeah, I need some drugs.
Yeah, it's right here. I have
What's the opposite of the war on drugs? 'Cause that's what's happening right now.
Letting drugs run wild, I guess? Question mark?
War on drugs. The other
I'll just say I have joined the war on drugs on the side of drugs.
side of the yep, that's it.
I need batteries. My night vision's getting all low.
I have one here in front of me that I'm disarming. Marin only sources organic free-range milk. This is completely out of carnival standards. Correct. I'm glad you understand. I'm also lactose intolerant. Here's another battery. And another battery.
On the way,
Actually, I'm going to take one of those.
Bringing cocaine. This will be
Selling
silent,
cocaine
right?
in this world state. Takes everything you've got. Hi, Sai. Jesus.
Hi.
All right. Do you have cocaine?
Yes, I have cocaine.
Okay. Did you do the one that I pinged back here?
Probably. There's still one that I think that's pinged. So.
No, it's back here.
And then over by me, I got it.
Okay, yeah, y'all got this one. It's sink into the tub. So, okay, Zebby's getting the last one.
Oh, I don't have any.
Zebby's got a friend.
But, yeah, I don't have anything on me, but.
Here you go.
I can get.
I was gonna throw a bottle at him through the window.
Open your.
I mean, you know where.
Oh, tentacles on the floor. Oh, ah!
All right,
I'm
Zebby's
done.
seeing God again.
I'm fine. Listen, I'm
Oh, it just
good.
opened.
I'm oh, good. Okay.
here.
One drug.
Yeah.
I have one drug. I'm going back.
There's also another battery here if you want it. There's Cyrax's TN.
I have one drug. I got drug. Oh, Cyrax's T.
How dare you?
Kill him. Kill him. Cyrax's Tennessee. You gotta kill him.
All right, I'm
It's
stuffing
T
the drugs in there.
underscore N,
Haha.
so it's technically
Yeah.
the north.
Oh, okay, you're right. Kill Cyrax's the north.
There we go.
Okay.
I did.
I think we leave. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Gotta go downstairs. If any of these doors would open, dear God.
I can't hear you. I'm too busy doing drugs. Oh, fuck. He's in the way. I'm sure you did, you little hobbits. Yeah, I think he's in the only way through.
I've been caught a little bit.
I have so many things to throw.
What are you gonna do, Franco? What are you gonna do? Come on. Line of sight. Line of sight. Line of sight. Oh, he literally just gave up. Excuse me. Ah, bitch.
Fuck you.
Ow, motherfucker.
Brick!
Rick!
Brick!
Rick!
Brick! This!
Get him! Kick him!
Where's the other brick?
I don't know.
You throw
how
him
You
much.
got bricks? You got bricks?
Possible.
Fine.
Yeah, we can leave.
Ow! Oh, he still got me. This is gonna be like a C with all the hits that I've taken. Yeah, when you get shot, it does give you tinnitus.
Oh.
I still got a B plus. Okay.
Okay, I did the worst. It's fine though.
It's fine. I did bad, but it's okay.
It's fine. I'm great.
B stands for bad.
B stands for the best, actually.
He does. The doctor actually does scold you if you get a B.
I got 2 pieces of clothing and they're both shorts. I feel uncomfortable.
I got-
a shirt. I got a nice little blousey blouse.
I think I got a blouse, and then I think the other thing is bed sheets.
They should give me like a firearm or something.
Good luck with that.
A little blouse blouse.
They should. I think it
It'd
would
be
make
it'd
the
be interesting
experiments
if they
far
made
more
another
riveting.
game that was like post Outlast Trials that was like all of the reagents that like weren't fully programmed, like fighting back via like guerrilla warfare or like urban warfare or something. But I don't think they're
And
gonna
one
do
of
that.
them, one of them could be an actual gorilla.
No. Let's just say, but it's by the fact that like Murkoff still exists for Outlast 1 and 2 that like a rebel organization would not be able to take them down. I'm so curious what 4-8 is gonna be.
I was hoping you'd want to talk.
She's all fucked up on
I know
Quaaludes.
experiences can be frustrating or
Quaaludes.
even frightening. If you need a kind
B is for
shoulder to
buh.
cry on, I'm always here.
Buh.
You have
Buh.
to trust Dr. Easterman.
Buh.
He built all of this and he built it just for you. Do you think anybody has ever
You're
had a
listening to
doctor care for them
Cyraxis
that
Tonight.
much?
Here's your host. Sorry, I saw dash shift and that's all that came to mind.
Hi, Shift.
Hey everybody, welcome on in.
Oh my god. Get out.
Okay, I wasn't ready for TV time clown.
Get out.
I was ready for Powerpuff clown.
You know what? It's great.
That's fine.
Okay, hold on. The director is talking to me through the radio again. Oh wait, no, that's evidence.
We built all of this just for you.
Yum yum.
Don't
Oh,
let
these
the
aren't just
outside
shorts.
world
These are shorts
creep
that I'm
in
wearing
here.
tights under.
If you think you recognize someone,
Yeah, they're the first ones you get that have shoes.
don't bring it up.
That's great.
That person is dead. Now, there's somebody
I have
wonderful.
on really sad
Somebody
homeless
new.
man clothing right now.
I know. Well, what are you wearing in the game though?
Who the fuck?
You make me
Stranger, I don't know you. Storyline 33,
That's
cleanup.
my purse. I don't know you.
I don't know you.
Copy, heading removed. An unanticipated volume of outgoing biohazard from the trial environments has been greatly exacerbated by Project Countdown, Project manager, supervision, cleanup crews requesting more resources for loading and unloading biohazard disposal shuttle. Please advise. Countdown was the one where to do a mission, you had like a fucking bomb strapped to your chest with a timer,
Yeah.
and it was not fun. It was very stressful.
You know, it sounds like a lot of fun.
You would have to run around the map while doing the regular objective, but also picking up items that would add additional time to your timer, so that you don't explode.
Sounds great.
Imagine not wanting to explode.
Ayo, Clyde Perry mentioned.
The feminine urge to die in a hole. Teehee.
Henrietta was extremely dead. She was a sexual deviant. Comfortable shoes, sensible haircut.
So like, Twitch chat.
She entered into a romantic situation with Doris for a little while. She doesn't matter. Doris is the dark lady that's like upstairs, so she was a lesbian. Which is not allowed at Easterman's facility. 160p, wait, what?
What?
Is the quality bad?
You're full quality. No, you're full quality.
Hit
for
the
me.
cogwheel
Told you.
at the top. There should be a thing that says quality. Click on that, and there should be options for bigger numbers.
I don't know if Zoa just like set it to 160p because she wanted the grain.
Wanted to deep fry your shit. Well, they let you change your bitrate while you're live, so like if you want to do that,
No,
you can.
that one. Yeah, you that. Man, I'm not saying you should put your bitrate to 50 right now, but
You could totally put your bitrate
you
to
could
50
totally
right now.
put your bitrate to 50 right now.
Just deep fry your stream.
Oh wait, I think this is part of the new stuff, because we already knew that Doris like doesn't partake in the trials anymore, but Easterman seems to have some kind of fondness for her to the point where he doesn't even want Clyde Perry to interrogate her. Which fun fact, if nobody recognizes the name Clyde Perry, he shows up in the in Outlast 1 in name only. He's a lawyer, but he's also like the Murkoff Corporation's quote hound dog. So he's the one who essentially hunts people down and like fixes problems, quote unquote, fixes problems.
I feel like he makes them worse. I don't know, something about him. I feel like he makes them worse.
My name is Amelia Collier.
Oh, there's Amelia on the radio.
It's not easy for me to communicate.
Amelia Earhart?
No, the one that got out.
I escaped a trial.
Sorry, I said Abigail earlier. I meant Amelia.
Can't imagine it work a second time.
Yeah,
Murkoff's
Amelia
watching
Earhart
you.
got eaten by crabs. Or,
Trust me.
I think
Just stay
honestly,
yourself. When you see a
that
chance,
the crabs were
take it.
framed by the FBI. Like the
Don't mistake
FBI ate
identity
her
for
and
history.
they blamed it
The
on coconut
FBI
crabs.
Start
ate
down
her?
that
I
path.
don't know about
Nothing
that.
means anything anymore.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems like a conspiracy to me, to be honest. I think the FBI ate her and blamed it on coconut crabs.
Coconut crabs. You think the FBI got Amelia Earhart killed?
Yeah, I think they're like 6 to 7 FBI agents.
You
that,
don't think that
run
she
the-
may have gone down in the early
going
ages of
down.
aviation due to poor
Right.
construction, and was so uncared for at the time
It's like the
Yeah.
Halloween episode of
that they
Smiling
just
Friends,
left her. They were like, ah, she's somewhere. She'll show up eventually.
It's like the one
Well,
episode of Smiling Friends where they ripped the guy apart and ate him.
Yeah, the Forest Demon.
Hell,
Yeah, it's
the
like that.
force- The actual force of hell.
Why does it
So,
say
like,
I
yeah,
have?
she crash landed, right? And then
There
like,
it
there were
is.
6 to 7 FBI agents that found her and then just started like eating bits of her. And when they had to return to work because they were on vacation, I'm assuming. But
Why else would they be out there, you know?
yeah, because it'd be weird if FBI agents were just on a beach, you know. But yeah, they ate
What are
her,
you talking
and
about?
then they
Holds up
crashed.
coconut crab. Crab pulls out FBI badge. Agent Nuts, introduce yourself.
You ever think sometimes
Special
the things we
agent.
say are like excessively stupid?
No.
Okay.
I think you're excessively stupid. Does that help?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Okay.
Was that
Feel the
better?
release.
Oh, what
Pleasure
was
the prosecutor.
What was the toggle for having the objective be seed?
Oh yeah, what was
For
Sort of
wait,
like,
for which one?
for the
You're like-
objective always being active? What do you have to do for that?
Yeah, you said you're gonna tell us or show us or whatever.
Oh, let me see. Wait, what was the condition again?
Always
have the objective
have the
always be shown?
objective
Oh,
on.
yeah. So let me double check. It may have changed. So settings first. I know that for sure.
Is it main objective permanent or
Under
auto-hide?
general, yeah, it's gonna be main objective permanent.
Main objective permanent. Okay.
Another thing that could be helpful is darkness indicator on. I think by default it's off.
It's on for me.
Okay. Because if you go, you'll see in like the one of your bottom corners, you'll see like a sun or a moon, and that determines if you're in light or dark. And in like these lower difficulties, they're it's very useful because as soon as you're in darkness, none of the NPCs can fucking see you.
Real quick. I have to go urinate. I'm gonna be right back.
That's totally fine. I do too. I will give chat the words on stream, and I'm gonna run the ad break early for them.
Ooh, iPad time.
Yeah. All right, chat. We're gonna run the ad break early. Y'all can have some words on stream. We'll be back shortly. Have fun. Good luck, kiddos.
Storming Castle. Mama say got to say once they're pissing away my mind. No, chat, how are we today? I know I'm a little quiet, but hopefully we're all having a good one. Ugh. Any cool words that you're spelling? Have we done the word trust? Trust? We can do trust.
Chat,
can
what is
do
the
flirt.
coolest word you know?
Flirt.
No, you can't flirt.
No,
It's
I'm
not-
not talking to you. I'm talking to chat. God,
What did y'all
can't
do?
No, we didn't do
nothing. He's
anything.
just being annoying, and I hate him.
No, Zebby's being
I'm
annoying.
not even. You don't even know how to read.
You don't know how to read. Nor
We're
do you know
VTubers. None of
Barbie.
us know how to read. That's why everyone's surprised when the new rules come out every time.
You don't even know who Barbie is.
You don't know what
Come
things
on.
are, okay?
You don't even have a Tickle Me
No.
Elmo.
We all
I
know
don't.
what Tickle Me Elbow.
How
I don't
could
know-
you?
I don't have an Elmo. I don't know.
All right, there's like 30 seconds of the ad break. So I'm taking the iPad away early.
Gasp.
The siblings are already fighting again. It happens.
I'm gonna beat Zebby up, I swear.
I'm gonna beat you until you're the consistency of a slushy.
I baby sick, but I can always do arson. Go get him, Mordain. Oh my goodness. All right, there's the ad break.
I swear, I'm gonna like call your dad up and tell him what you've been up to.
No, you're not.
Uh,
You would not.
I could do it. Possible.
let's do Fuel the Release.
Fuel the Ridleys
The Ridleys.
You know what?
from Metroid.
So you DM
I thought it was the Ripleys.
me that phone number right now. Go on.
I don't have to DM you his number.
No,
You already have
right,
it.
no, I want you to. No. Genuinely scare me. Send me the number. Do it.
The thing is, I like the idea of you not knowing if I actually have his number
No,
or
no,
not.
Sai, come on. I simply will. No, go on. Send me the number. I don't believe
Listen,
it.
if I
think it's
if
so
I
much
still had a way to
funnier.
contact
I
the friend that had
don't-
Tommy Wiseau's phone number, you don't think I wouldn't do that shit on stream?
Contact Tommy Wiseau on stream.
Yeah, I'd do that. I'd do that shit.
It is a little different. This isn't Tommy Wiseau's number. This is Zebby's dad.
He
Oh,
doesn't have it. He's lying. I know he's lying.
can I
Say
have your
that.
dad's number?
I'm being so for real. I know he's lying, and I'm telling
Uh-huh.
him that if
Actually, better yet, can I have your mom's number?
No.
Damn.
I know you're lying to me.
I don't know. Zebby. Am I lying?
No, I genuinely.
Just now, I'm just imagining at some point, like
Gaslight me.
you went to like somewhere and met Zebby's parents, and he was like, "If something happens or she loses her shit, here's this," and he passes over like a pinched piece of paper with his phone number on it.
With a little heart next to it, yeah.
Can I have Sai's mom's number? That's a good question, Sai. Can I have your mom's number?
Sai,
That's an excellent question.
I'm going
No.
to friend your aunt on Facebook. I'm going to do it.
You have a Facebook?
I need to get rid of it.
You do.
I'm
You
going-
really
I'm
do.
going to friend your aunt on Facebook. I will do it. Don't think I won't.
Y'all show each other. Y'all show each other's family members on Facebook.
I mean, mine's old as fuck.
Please enter the shop.
Sai,
I don't like the voices.
I know you don't.
It sounds more like you're trying to reassure yourself.
No, I know that you don't. I've checked like several times. I know that you don't.
You've checked my phone.
Is anybody else hearing voices?
I think it's just you, Mary.
The parent of VTuber support group. Oh, good lord.
You are liberty. Let nothing
No,
contain
Liberty,
you.
Zebby.
Law is only the word.
Sorry, you're at Liberty Live now.
Facts, the mere happenstance of existence. Open all the doors that would
There's
contain
no
you,
fear. Okay, whatever.
and we will let you out.
No fear. No fear.
What the drugs? Oh, it's the judge again. Ed.
This is the face that I found.
There's a lady in my head and she calls me Stud Muffin.
She'll be fine. She's just in a chair.
It's okay, Zebby. It's only a culmination of your biggest, greatest fears all in relative space within these halls.
Hate that, thank you.
I hate it when a dude shoves a face in my face.
It's only a hallucination. We're about to go do the real thing.
We'll be okay, probably.
Well,
Isn't it
oh,
crazy
thank
how
goodness.
we all have the same fears, guys? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, whenever
Going
you're
to
within the
courthouse,
psychological
maybe,
conditioning environments, thrown into the same constant competition, you do tend to develop a lot of the same fears.
Take.
Oh. Take. Oh, gasoline.
Brick.
Neo gasoline. Wait, what did that say? Work harder, not smarter? What? Prison cannot contain you? Are you telling us this isn't prison? Fuel equals freedom? God, Chad, don't you just love subliminal messages?
Hate 'em.
Right.
Oh, hey, there's a poster here. If somebody can grab that.
Okay. I'll grab it.
You get bonus points at the end for doing it.
Did you just... Okay, Zebby.
Oh, open this door really slowly. No!
Great job, Zebby. You got it, Zebby? You got it?
Shut up.
Sorry, I was trying to shove it further in.
Shut!
Here,
I
we're
wanna
actually gonna do
hear it.
something. We're gonna take this door down.
Here.
Eh.
Even better.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear
Sure.
you.
Oh, that's mine.
I don't want to. Hey, it's
Zebby, how
generator.
dare you? This is a courthouse.
Can
Yeah,
somebody open that door?
I would send you to jail given the opportunity. Just know that.
Oh, I think I bugged the... Hello?
Did you bug a bug?
No, I bugged out for a second when I pointed.
Hey, there's another gasoline.
Oh, nice.
Gasoline.
I don't know how many of these we're gonna have to do. Get in there?
Who knows?
Oh, here.
I wasn't sure what it wanted me to do.
You have to get them all on. Usually there's one that flips 2 switches.
There's more gasoline. It's
Yeah.
got so many calories in it.
10,000 calorie. Oh, I'm
There's
fucking
enough
out of
calories
sync.
and gas to last you for the rest of your life. If you drink gas, you would actually be able to go for the rest of your life without eating.
That is
Correct.
true.
That's a really cool fun fact you can.
You know, for a library, it's awfully fucking loud in here.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's annoying. Like, come on, man. Just
Anybody have a lockpick?
No, I got a brick.
Here's a large.
Why is he wheezing, bro? Shut
I don't
up.
know. Bro's breathing like anyone's listening.
You got
to his
asthma. It's
problems.
okay.
Stop this.
Oh, hey, there's a shortcut door here. Y'all can open that.
That was the most locked.
Sai's just moving along. Oh, god damn it.
Why is he yelling at us?
The gasoline sometimes makes more noise.
Why is the gas yelling at us? That makes less sense. Okay.
Well, there's the thing there. Okay, somebody open this door slowly. Zebby. So hold and just move forward. And then you can deactivate the thing on the side.
Look at that, me doing things. Yay.
You're doing things? I'm so
Shut
proud
up.
of you.
No one asked you. No one asked you. I don't care.
You shut up, Moth. Shut up.
I hate you. I hate you so
I hate you
much.
more.
I want the worst for you, genuinely.
Bite you, bite you, bite
I
you,
know.
bite you. Oh, what the fuck?
Zebby, I really want you to like follow her one day.
Oh, there's one right
like,
here.
Not get hurt, but I want you to fuck up your shoes. You know?
Y'all can also do the circuits on the side while I'm doing these things.
I hope that I'm so good at this. Okay, I hope that when you wash your t-shirts that are like graphic tees and have like the little decals on them, I hope that when you wash them, they come out of the washing machine so you can crack them and stuff.
How dare you? I washed them on cold just for that reason.
I hope that it messes up and it spoils them instead and shrinks in 3 sizes.
I really hope that
Hmm.
I'm trying to find a way to insult you that you can understand.
Wonder.
I
Courtyard.
want you to wake up one day and realize that you're like
Oh, hi, Gasman.
the way that only non-quality people like you.
The gas.
What do you mean? Science Zebby's mics get low? They're not adjusted. Oh, you're still good.
I think maybe we just got a little quiet is all.
Talking smack.
Yeah.
When we start seething, we get quieter.
I think we do have to go that way, though.
Zebby, I'm gonna beat you up, Zebby. I'm gonna beat you
I'd like to see you try.
I'm gonna beat you up at TwitchCon, okay?
No, you're not.
Yes, I
I'm not
am.
going
I'm
to go
gonna
to
put on the sock and
TwitchCon.
bopper. I'm gonna demolish you.
Uh-huh. I don't even know where they are, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's fine.
Hi, Coil. Time to go.
The gas
Oh,
can.
it's
fine.
Oh, hold on. Oh, step on the gas.
Gas. You want to step on the gas?
I think we have to go past Quail. Hey, Quail. Oh, he's leaving. Okay, bye, Quail.
Bye, Coil. Bye, spider.
Bye, Spider. Bye.
You got that? Okay, you do have the gasoline.
God, I wish you would drink gasoline.
You know, me too. Just so I wouldn't have to listen to your voice anymore. I wouldn't drink gas.
That sounds cool, but I really wish you would just do it already.
I want to.
You
If
should.
Kids, no
I
fighting.
want
No
to.
fighting at the carnival.
Ow!
Good.
Eh.
Suffer. Suffer.
Oh man, it injected silly into my brain.
You got the silly juice.
Oh. Did
I
you
got
overdose?
the silly juice. I got a little bit of silly going on.
Did you overdose at that point? Because you were already at the legal amount of silly that could be ingested.
Oh, that's the one we just did. What the fuck?
I wouldn't call it silly, but or legal. Like,
There's a screamer right here, and I don't have anything to throw at him.
oh, you want stuff to throw at him? Give me a second. No, worry, I'm also looking for like aerosol.
Oh, there you are.
Just anything like Windex, you know, it don't matter.
Son of a bitch. I think we can just go back this way. Hi, Goyle.
You can smell that pink ghost gone.
Okay.
Wait, which way did we come from?
I don't know.
Which
I'm
way did we
fine.
go?
Oh, this
Where
way.
did we come from? Cotton Eye Joe.
Can I do
Hi,
that?
Gono.
No.
Long time
Oh.
ago. Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Come from Cotton Eye Joe.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Yes, like a very long time ago.
One day we'll ship Mary to TwitchCon. Hey, listen, EU1 may be a little feasible. Hold on, I think.
I found
Hey, there's
evidence.
evidence here.
This could come in handy.
A bottle. I don't have a lockpick, sadly.
Very long time ago. Another one already? That's so fast.
Rose, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What's up? Oh, Sai found one.
Yeah?
Shoot.
Oh, that's a fake. God damn it.
Oh, please, I can't. I have antidote, let me take it.
You have to right click to put the jug down.
Okay, my sanity's full again, I'm good. I tripped on an explosion.
Tripped
No.
on it.
Trip on that thing. What?
What is wrong with you?
A lot.
I hate you so much.
I know.
Man, I don't like existing. You make me a worse person.
What is this that I just
Hey.
picked? It's like a adrenaline. Okay. What does this do?
Hey.
Yeah, that it basically gives you uncapped stamina for a while. It's good for when you're running. Oh my god, it was just fucking right around the... Oh wait, no, it wasn't just exactly right around the corner. Sai, where was that, Laura?
Oh my, hold up. What was it? I don't know.
Oh, here it is, I see it.
Getting messed
Right
up
here.
because I'm very silly.
You see that?
It was right here. And then we can go straight, and then we should be able to go left. I don't have anything to throw at this, so
I do.
going around and then
Okay.
it still isn't open.
Wait, there's some aerosol, lizer, whatever.
Aerosol.
Okay.
Another guy on the way, yay.
It's probably quail. It is quail.
It's quail, yep. That dude is
Quail,
so
what are you
divorced.
grunting at there, champ?
That guy has no life. No wonder he's like that.
That is the most divorced man I've seen in a minute.
Well, alright. Okay, alright. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Why? Okay, yeah, alright, uh-huh. Okay.
This way's heavy. Okay, well, never mind then.
Me over,
Are you-
please? I'm fine. Shut up, I'm fine. I'm not fine. I'm not.
When shipping to
I s-
Norway? I don't think it's going to come around about the same time, sadly.
I'm having a time. Shut up, Sai. Shut up.
I stunned him for like a week.
No, you didn't. I don't know what you
Get him out of the room. Hi, Coil. Come here. Come here, bud.
Oh, God
No.
damn it! I got aerosolized again.
I'm lagging a little bit.
Bad
Fine,
stuff
I'm lagging.
on mine.
I fear this might be a reason why I'm lagging so bad. Oh, this game has never been good on my computer, I will say, but I still try.
I don't think I've had a problem with it since like really early on in its launch, but I think I've just been really looking at my PC compared to what I've been hearing of people having so many PC problems recently.
True.
Who has the gasoline?
I do.
Oh, there's a fake.
Hey,
Hey.
Was that Zebby Knive?
hey,
Yeah.
nice.
Guys, what are you doing?
Oh God, I can like hardly see. My vision is so messed up right now. Oh, oh, thank you.
Air.
We're
Okay.
disappointing the doctor, you guys.
Sorry, I don't want to. I
Nothing
have
to-
a, I have a problem. I hate it when I disappoint people. This is never good. Oh, when did he get in? Okay. I have no idea how I got in here. Nice.
I don't know.
I ran away in fear, and this is what has happened.
Yippee!
Here comes the dude.
Keep him distracted.
He's coming over here so that.
Okay, we can leave.
Yeah, never mind.
We are leaving, soldier!
I'm gonna do some adrenaline about this.
How much adrenaline?
So,
This is the wrong way. There's no way to
Yeah,
get out of
sure
here.
is. Hold up, I got a lockpick. If I could hit it, oh my God.
take your
There we
time,
go.
soldier.
Button. Return home. Return
Nice,
home.
Next side, that was great. Okay.
Return
Yeah.
home.
Listen, I don't know what
That
path we were
was
supposed to
great.
take, but that was
He
that
made-
works.
He made one.
Hey,
he
listen,
made
as long as you get here, it doesn't matter.
one. Nice.
So good at this game.
So good at this game. I watched
I'm
I break like several things with glass. It's pretty good.
Just love breaking shit, you know?
He's so
It
good.
goes.
I-
It has a satisfying crunch. Okay.
The glass is so crunchy. How did scientists always make glass taste like blood?
Pretty cool, huh?
Like, no, how do they do it?
Practice. A lot of, I don't know. Iron injections? Yeah, it's iron. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Every trial is an evaluation.
I gotta
Maybe don't forget to put brass knuckles on when you fight Psy.
A performance this good
Yeah,
is its
oh,
own
yeah, no, I'm
reward.
gonna be
Treasure it.
putting like
And you're
gold
welcome.
bits in my soccer buffers. Alright,
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
put metal in my fists, you know.
All right. Well,
I'll
I'm
really
gonna put some like shotgun slugs on my knuckles when we do this.
I'm gonna put pistols in my hand. I'm
And
just gonna have a gun on me.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
put a car bomb in your house when we do.
oh my God, you okay?
You know what? It's one of the more tame things he's threatened. It's okay.
Ask Taurus. Oh wait, which one was this? Oh. Amelia Collier, reagent 2427. Don't want to see them scattered in a trial environment. Too bad. Decent arrest record, auto theft, fraud. Damn, she's a badass. Or as they called her, she's a grifter, just like her grifter father, looked to be a stick-up man and a pimp. But get this, she didn't check into the Murkoff Charity Center for herself. She came looking for her boyfriend, Damon Green. His file's here.
Oh.
I had Damon Green brought to an interrogation room. That's where I'm heading from here. Oh, damn, that's good work. Damon seems like a sweetheart, model citizen. What he was doing with the crooked tramp like Amelia. Jesus. Mr. Green had to struggle with the bottle. Well, I'm sure we've cured him of that. At least I won't delay you. Go talk to the man, and time is of the essence. Don't be gentle. I wouldn't dream of it. This, I think, is actually a prequel to the comic, the free visual comic that came out before this patch. Because Green is dead.
Why?
Because they interrogated him to death. And then threw his remains down the bio pipes where Amelia's hiding. So in the comics, she like sees like the remains of Green and gets really fucking pissed about it.
Oh.
Which is what this chapter is basically supposed to be over time, is I'm guessing the building up of what she's gonna do to them, or whatever Easterman's planning, because she says that like the dates on the wall correspond to something that the doctor is gonna do. They were not, in fact, gentle. Yeah, I also wanted to check something else. What is going on? Why do I have so many things?
You when you sleep.
You don't need to tell me that, Doc. I don't like the idea of somebody watching me while I sleep. I'm already paranoid about that as is.
Me like a friend, like a mentor, like a father.
I don't like that. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing either.
Identification? Oh, that's one of the pictures from the comic. But I wanted to see what shirt I just got. Not that one. Is it this one? Maybe it was this one. Damn it.
Imagine being able to wear a shirt. That'd be nuts.
Don't you have a shirt?
I think it's a tank top. What is this? I actually don't know what I'm wearing. What am I wearing? I don't know what I'm wearing.
Give me that.
Yeah, it's a tank top, I guess. Kind
Yes, I guess it is. Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's just kind of a tank top.
I suppose.
It's some sort of a tank top.
All right, sorry. I'm trying to do the. I'm spending a bunch of extra points that I have for the catalogs.
I love points. Yum, 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 yum.
Oh my god, points. Yes. Finally.
Yeah, if you hit tab and you go to catalogs, there's like the premium stuff. I do have enough for the whole thing. Nice. Now I get another ugly dirt outfit. Oh, what the fuck is that? I don't like that root canal fucking idol thing. Oh,
I'm sorry?
I'm hovering it on stream. It looks horrid.
Let me see. Oh, it's just covered in dirt.
It's not that it's in dirt. Look at his weird little smile.
It's just so covered in dirt. It's great.
That is so dirt.
Eats dirt, eats dirt, eats dirt, eats dirt. That is a man's head on a baby doll.
Baby doll.
Ew.
What that dog doing?
Ew. There's some really icky dudes in here. Ew.
Yeah.
At
Okay.
that point, you're the monster. Ew. 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 Oh, this is so icky. All of this is so many ickies. This is bad.
You found a lot of ick. So much ick going around.
I've
Got
so
the
much-
ick.
I have so much ick right now. my head is so full of ick. I mean, of course, icker. Is your head full of blood?
There's some blood in there. Not
Your
like
head's
a lot.
supposed to be full of blood, you know.
You know what? Yeah, this is a fit. This is the fit. Oh my god, I hate this downside. Give me a demented game and put customization in it. And then I just traumatize friends with it. Alright, everybody's mental still good?
Oh yeah, I'm doing great.
Everybody's puke bucket still empty?
Yep, I have not used it yet.
I don't know about that.
Not yet, not yet. The bucket beneath my chair is empty. We're good.
I can fit so much puke in my bucket.
Ooh.
So much puke can go into the bucket.
Like, unbelievable amount of puke.
Oh, I like that. I want that.
Don't tell nobody where you got that.
Ah, damn it. I forgot how I need to change it. I think I need to do loadout. Yeah. Okay. Let's do the next one, or at least another one. Pervert the Fetterman, shut down the factory, poison the medicine. I don't want to do poison the medicine. pleasure the prosecutor, reunite the family. Any verdicts?
We like family bonding.
Reunite the family?
Do we bond with family? I have a weird feeling it's gonna be some bonding that I'm not gonna appreciate.
We'll
We're gonna
see.
meld them together into a conglomerate.
Good night, ordained. Sleep well. All right. Reunite the family?
We're gonna
Sure.
meld them all together into one true TM. The choice is always yours.
The choice is always yours. Why does it not feel like a choice?
Why is it? I don't feel like everything is very choice right now.
I guess technically we do sign up to do the trials on our own, and like we know Doris doesn't do the trials. So like maybe the trials aren't forced. The voices!
Very choice oriented right now.
I feel like if you're broke enough, anything seems like a good choice.
I mean, that's technically what the Murkoff like charity thing was, is you're like rock bottom, probably homeless, probably have some sort of addiction or problem. Nobody is around to help you, so it's like, all right, we'll go to the big corporation charity center. Hey, they'll do. Sure, be fine.
How to ride a bike,
Huh?
how to make love, how to fight. The fundamentals take experience, and that is my gift to you.
Did he just compare riding a bike to having sex?
You never forget?
I suppose that's true.
Yeah, I need training wheels. Oh, it's a papa lady.
Is the training wheels to having sex just a funnel?
I don't need this dude's dong in my face.
Apparently, allegedly, there are militaries that exist out there that have drones disguised as birds.
Yeah. You know birds are fake, right? Birds aren't real.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
birds are not
no,
real.
birds are definitely not real, but this is a shockingly convincing. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'm looking actively. Well, no, I'm not, but I was actively looking.
Reunite the family.
Still always
Yeah,
think
they
this
can
Fin's
melt them
fit is
together.
weird having this whole ass car here. How much power or how many car batteries and or gasoline do you think they go through?
Well, if you threw it into the ocean, they
with
can
that- with
go
these-
back
all
to
the-
land safely.
All the random cars.
Fuck you, kid. Taking this kid. It's
Why
mine now.
would you do that? Why would you do that?
It's still crazy to me that the sounds they put on when you like they're mechanical, but when you twist them and pull them off, it makes splashy sounds. Watch out, that's gonna go. Get bottle.
This kid's making a bunch of noise and I really don't appreciate it. I want him to stop.
Yeah, he technically
thought
counts
you
as
were
like one of
talking
the
about
noisy
me.
things. So eventually he'll start like luring enemies to you, if we had any.
You should just hit him in the head.
It's a good thing I have no enemies.
Hi.
Yep, you have no enemy. You also have no friends, to be fair.
Okay, so now we gotta find keys.
Can I? How do I? Yeah, I'm gonna drop him there. There we go.
Yeah, just the right click.
Bro, you can't drop them. Come on, dude.
Dude, I would throw kids at a wall.
This is not a diss track. You cannot drop them. Besides, it's not a diss track. You can't drop them.
Yes, I can.
Ugh!
Saw that.
Shut up.
It's funny.
Shut up.
Oh, I missed it? Oh no, I think there's a small room over here. No? Oh no, it's outside. Did you break something?
Is Zevi out here breaking shit?
No, you don't!
Somebody also sounds like she's just having a tummy ache.
Ugh.
Oh my god, these things are so far away.
My tummy often aches.
My tummy feel crazy.
My tummy go crazy. Call me lactose intolerant.
Lactose intolerant.
I'm lactose intolerance.
Jesus. And then it splits again? Are you serious? Oh look, faces on the wall. Cool.
Mmm. You should poke their eyes.
Uh-oh. I'm being chased by Mr. Silly.
Mr. Silly.
Yep, Mr. Silly, because I don't know his name.
Well, I think he's very silly.
Well, he hasn't earned a name, I think, actually, now that I think about it.
I think he's very silly, and you should hit him with rocks.
Okay, so I got this side. This side's done.
Why can't they just behave? They're not even. Jesus, leave me alone.
Hey, leave me alone.
Oh. Evidence.
Hello.
Melon.
What's
I
that?
found
Melon.
I found evidence.
Evidence, ping it. Need it.
I did. It's
I found
like
a brick.
Oh,
That's
I
like
just
the
wasn't
same
close
thing as evidence, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
I
cool. Do I
accidentally
eat
used
it?
No, you throw it at people.
Oh, can I eat it? If I really want to.
I mean, you can
How
try.
upset would you be if I tried to eat a brick right now?
You can try. I think you'll be more upset when your teeth break.
Yeah,
What
I
if-
don't
what
think.
if my teeth are made out of gallium steel?
Are they?
If I said yes, would you believe me?
I don't know.
No.
Do you believe it?
I want to believe it. Why
I
do
want
why
to
do you
believe.
not believe that my teeth are made out of steel? Yeah, your teeth are made out of gold. Gold is literally so hittable with hammers.
You are so hittable with hammers, okay?
Okay, and you're the one who has a soft spot in your head for mallet, so you tell me.
I literally don't
Do you
have a-
really?
No, I don't.
No, but I'm glad that you
God damn it.
that you were open to believing that you would have a soft spot.
That's the
It just
question.
It's propaganda, dude.
like, that makes me giggle that you know. That
And listen,
like, yeah,
anything's
no, that makes
possible.
sense.
Anything's possible
Yeah.
among my group of friends.
No, just be like, okay, yeah, no, soft spot in your head in mallet. Yeah, that makes
Listen,
sense.
I already have to believe that somebody I know is related to the Kennedys, okay? It's fine.
I'm related to John Fortnite.
Really?
I found evidence.
How do you keep finding these
lit-
things?
I don't know. I cannot find the objective, but all I can find is evidence.
I'm gonna have to drag you around for like 8 hours tomorrow. That's a fake person. That's a fake me, I think. Oh yeah, that's Aaron.
Yeah, well, you should just eat them.
No.
Do you close all the doors behind you, Sai? Like a sociopath?
Don't.
Oh fuck was that?
I jumped through the thingy.
I know. I turned around and all I hear is oh, and then shattering glass. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I had to do it.
See, I'm not the only one who wants to eat bricks. So do the windows.
All right, I'm kicking the door down.
Oh, I found a Jenny? What is this? Generator. And gas. Generator, hardly know her. Yeah, kill me.
Oh, son of a bitch.
It says gas this way, but I can't open the thingy.
Yeah?
What?
Sorry,
You
I
okay?
got scared. I got startled. I was so startled.
Oh, that's how I. Okay. Hi. I think I can get gas from this
Hi.
way
I'm gonna
and
tinker.
click the
I'm
thing in the
tinkering.
door. You're tinkering.
I'm tinkering.
Be careful about tinkering.
I'm waiting to tinker. I don't know how to. You don't even know how to.
How did I
You don't
fumble
even know how to
into that
tinker.
one correctly?
I bet you don't even know how to make gadgets and gizmos.
You don't even know what doodads or doohickeys are.
All right, we can go back to the center place. I've already done the other two here.
Oh, tinker. You don't even know what a doohickey is. If I had to
You,
take a
you
guess.
don't. You don't.
You
know
aren't
things,
trinket pilled like we are.
You aren't trinket pilled. You're not hoarder coded.
Yes, I am. You have no idea.
I'm still trinketing.
You don't even know
leave me
who or
alone.
what you're talking
No,
about.
I'm trinketing. You leave me alone.
Wait, there's still supposed to be a key. Oh, there we go. Key diamond, key fire. You do just be screaming. So now we're their
hold on.
bodies.
I've got an idiot after me. Give me a second.
Yeah,
That's where we came in.
I'm still tinkering. Don't mind me.
You having fun?
No.
Diamond and Foya. Shut up, stupid.
I don't know what that dude's deal is. I don't think he's professional.
Okay, my tinkering is finished.
Did you have fun
I
at
am so
least?
tinkering right now.
I took too long to tinker. I'm going.
I'm leaving.
I've tinkered too close to the sun.
I don't know what we're looking for.
I don't know how to read.
We're looking for keys, but I don't know where.
I hear a very messed up individual.
Oh, you hear
Zebby's near
yourself?
me. Okay.
What? Hey! Hey, we can't make the same joke at the same
Yes,
time.
we
That's
can.
Like, that's unfunny.
You're
You're
Key
unfunny.
ankle
You're
grinder.
unfunny.
Fantastic.
Wheezing, bro. Stop wheezing. Sorry, you get winded too easily.
No, you get winded.
Well, then why am I hearing wheezing that's not coming from me?
I think that's I think
Because
that's a
I'm
fake
not
one.
there.
Well, obviously that's just how loud your wheezing is.
Uh-huh. I'm
Yep.
in a basement right now, okay? I'm
I
off
don't
doing
even-
things called objectives and helping.
I did tinkering. I was tinkering.
You tinker?
Yes,
you're
and I did.
tinkering,
I
okay.
tinkered and I did a good job. You leave me
Okay,
alone.
well, I just found a thing of
I
gas.
tinkered. Okay. And I
Wait, you
was
found
tinkering,
gasoline?
so-
Yeah, I found gasoline because there's a generator, and I saw it earlier, and I'm on my way back with the gasoline now.
Well, I tinkered it, so there you go.
Okay, well, that's great that you tinkered with the gasoline. That's great
No, I didn't. Okay,
that you
well,
did that.
I
no,
was thirsty.
we're...
No, I was thirsty. You can't tell me to tinker.
Oh,
with
crap.
gasoline.
Oh,
I was thirsty. Yeah, look at
Get
you.
out of
look
here,
at you.
stupid.
You're struggling now. You're struggling. That's all you know how to do is struggle. You are.
No, I threw
you
bricks
are
at him.
stru-
It's fine.
You are so struggle-pilled. You didn't eat the bricks, dude. That was your lunch.
Zebby, I really wish sometimes that
Yeah,
when you
you're
speak,
yeah.
I kind of wish that you didn't.
Every time that you open your mouth, it sounds like a cheese grater is trying to grate a piece of plastic.
Every time you open your mouth, the overall quality of everything that has ever been said diminishes just a little bit.
Well,
I
at
have
least
no
still
idea where we're
add-
supposed
at
to go
least
right
I
now.
Still take and add value to things. What do? You just sit there. You just sit there. You're like a paint chip. You're the equivalent of the landlord special.
Wait, did the box open after I did the two things? I don't think so.
Zebby,
You know,
you were straight to VHS if it was a person.
I can't believe I'm saying this. Your wish 2023, 2024. When did it come out? 2024.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Evidence.
Turn on the generator.
We should grab that.
Your wish.
So
Sai,
where
wanted
did you
to
find
see
a
the
generator,
Disney
Sai?
movie.
I'm right in here.
Coming.
Just trying to get one.
Okay. The cafeteria opened up. Leftovers.
Do-
Ah.
Do you how do you feel about me and Zebby fighting in your chat?
It doesn't matter. We always get in fist fights. It doesn't matter. It don't matter.
It don't matter.
you
Just like
didn't
Zebby.
even-
Okay, so there are corpses. That's funny.
The
So we needed, well, I forget, diamond and fire, right?
And yet,
Hi,
I think
Mama.
so.
Oh,
Sai, your words are about as great right?
oh, this is a very small area.
I would spaghettify you. But I
I'm
would
stuck.
spaghettify you, but I don't think
Oh, fuck off! I can't move.
Ow!
Alpha? Where are you? A link guy? Sounds like a dude.
It's a weird goose woman. I'm trying to create space.
What do you want?
I'm gonna try and run her out.
Eyeball.
You know, I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm just gonna keep messing
We're
around with
looking
the-
for
the-
we're looking for fire. Okay, she's still on me.
I'm, like, putting things in things, doing things, violations of like several codes, etc.
Right.
It's pretty cool. I'm having a great time with this. You know.
Here's firewood.
Fire and diamond.
Got it.
Let's make a pickaxe and go to the nether with that. With flint and steel.
Flint and steel.
Are you guys excited for the Minecraft movie? I'm excited for the Minecraft movie.
Not even a
feel like
little bit.
I feel like I'm excited in the way that, like, if I heard Tommy Wiseau was doing another movie.
It's going to be a disaster, and we all know it.
I'm excited excited
Yeah.
for it.
I'm
They're
bored.
putting
Let's have a
a tribute to
screwdriver
a
and rubber
content creator who
suit.
died a couple of years ago in there, and I'm really excited to see it.
Should stop
because-
Did y'all find? Oh, y'all have both of them. Okay.
Yeah,
She's
we
right there.
Yeah, I'm being pursued by several entities.
All right.
All right.
Happy your step.
There we go.
I'm having the urge to consume a potato.
I kind of want some obscene amounts of fried potatoes right now too.
Like,
French fries or something. Yeah.
There we go. Family reunited.
French fry.
There they go. They're
And then we
all
gotta leave
great.
this way.
Like, there's like these crispy smashed potato things.
Ooh.
You make them with golden potatoes, and then you smash
Right.
them down. You salt them and you bake them, and you take some nice dressing as well as after them. This looks really good. Hey, sorry, I just what?
What?
I autopiloted for a minute. Didn't even realize that he was there.
This man's taking a propaganda at those
Sorry,
posters. Yeah, I am.
potatoes.
Hey, we did it. We
The
got
carnival's
A's.
going to the chip shop. I wish we had chip shops here.
Yum, 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 yum.
Receive damage once. Beware. Damn it.
I got a shirt.
Yo, I got my sugar fix fucking profile picture. Now I can rep my favorite cereal.
Yummy.
God,
Ew.
corporate branding.
I love corporate branding. Do you like Fruit Loops?
They're okay. I haven't had cereal
I
in
like
a really
Apple
long
Jacks.
time.
Do you like Apple Jacks?
Although I probably haven't had Apple Jack since like middle school.
There's this what's it called? There's this Starbucks drink.
You learn beautifully.
You lost me.
You made my ideal
That's
student.
fair.
My
The
inspiration.
Starbucks, you lost me.
Science.
That's
I think
fine,
you're a
but
perfect
it's
masochist.
lavender matcha latte, and it tastes like Fruit Loops. It's impressive, actually.
Huh.
Yeah, I had one a couple days ago.
Do y'all
And,
remember the Taco Bell like Cinnabon things? They had a Captain Crunch version.
I never. I don't really eat Taco Bell.
I guess you've been inside.
It was oh god, how long ago was
Tummy
it?
can't handle it.
About like 5 years ago,
I
if not
just-
more. I think it was more than that.
You
I
survived.
just don't eat fast food.
I guess that's something.
I'm being jubilant.
If you do survive, the question is,
Look at me leaping
how
around
long
like in
do
a
you
ballad.
stay you?
Wow. You're so
Don't
graceful.
give those fuckers an inch.
Have y'all been claiming your like dailies and stuff?
Yeah, I claimed mine a little bit
I
ago.
don't know what. I don't know what to
Oh, so tab and then there's tasks at the top. It'll probably have an exclamation mark next to it. And you can go and click on claim.
Ah.
In the under surveillance program.
Ah. Okay.
Ah.
Ah.
Ah. Oh.
Ah.
I'm back. Okay, back to being jubilant. I must go. Whatcha?
Oh my
All right.
God.
Whatcha? Look at me in my graceful leaping. Ah!
Do y'all want to do one more?
Ah! Sure. Ah!
Hell's wrong with you?
Wow.
I'm being jubilant, obviously. Don't you
Oh, okay.
Don't you recognize jubilation when you see it?
Yes, I
Happiness?
recognize. I
Don't you-
invented
don't you-
jubilation.
Do you know what
I
happiness
invented
is?
jubilation.
I don't think you've ever experienced happiness in your life.
Yes,
You don't,
yes,
you
I
didn't
have.
You don't know
I
what
know
wheezy
exactly
is.
You're
like
not
to be
nearly
happy.
joyous enough. You
I
are
know
not
exactly what it's
Victorian
like to be
boy coded
happy.
enough. You don't even know. You don't even
You don't even
what it
know.
is.
You don't even know what
You
it's
don't
like to be
even
happy.
know-
You've never
you
even
don't even
smiled
know.
before, have you?
You've
I
never
bet
experienced
you've
the joy
never
of
been.
happiness. You've never
I bet
experienced
you've
the
never
chemical
made it like
composition
you've
of
never
happiness,
made
man.
yourself
You don't
happy.
even-
You've never made
don't
anyone
even-
else happy.
you
You haven't
don't
done
even
anything
know-
that's
you
made
don't even
anyone
felt
happy in the first place.
self-satisfaction.
You
You've never
don't
satisfied-
know
see, look what you've
anything,
done in your
Zebby.
life.
You have
You've
no
done
idea what
nothing.
you're
You're
even
feeling
talking
anything.
about.
You're
You
feeling
nonsense
nothing but
bug
sad
over
guilt.
here
You don't even
pretending
understand.
you know what it's like to be happy. You have
Yeah,
no
'cause
idea.
because
You don't
what
know
it's like to be-
anything.
You
You don't know anything.
anything. Why would I know it?
Y'all fine? Y'all alright? We're going to need more therapy sessions, yeah. I wouldn't need to be here if it wasn't for such my annoying brother. Yeah.
Zebby makes me want to see therapy, man.
See therapy. Have you considered jumping into the ocean then?
That also makes me want to try holding my breath underwater for 40 minutes.
Workers are capital itself. Products bought and engaged to create more easily sellable products. We must
I
control
would like to
production.
experience medieval torture methods.
Shut down the factory.
I would like if you could experience medieval torture methods.
There's always these weird moments where it feels like where you forget that you're currently a slave to a far right national level corporation, because then they're like workers are the products. Like, oh, never mind. There we go.
There we go. Remember, guys, capitalism slaves all, and if they want you to put them in medical trials, you're gonna let them. I can go for some guacamole right now.
I was gonna get avocados at the grocery store today, but those were gone because like shit had been moved around and just not fucking supplied because the refrigerator units were busted.
Oh.
It was just a chunk of the grocery store that was just barren, and I was like, I don't like it here.
Shut down the factory.
Yeah.
God, you get the turn.
Oh gosh. Okay, this one's.
Whose
great.
voice was
Great.
that?
It don't matter.
Hello.
It's not real.
Doesn't matter. It's not real. None of this is real.
You know, nothing.
Alright,
nothing
here's
is
propaganda.
Yiddy.
There's a window. Hold up.
There's a window and it's not broken.
I had to fix it.
All right, let's go, kids.
Real. Okay.
Oh shit, I gotta sneeze.
Don't do that.
But Chewy.
That's too late. All right, so I think
It's
we
too
have to
late for
just
me.
again. This is just another like follow the wires, but I don't remember what's at the end of these.
Why? Okay, here's a question. Why don't we just set the factory on fire? We obviously have access to flashbangs. We have enough of them. We can start a fire in here.
It's true.
Okay.
I could just start a fire.
A fire?
Forest fire.
A fire?
Okay, help. I'm lifting.
I'm lifting.
Well, you're not doing good enough. I'm obviously doing more than you.
Need to lift better.
Get out.
Okay, I'm holding. Go. Come on. Do your thing.
God!
Jesus Christ.
Don't you talk to me like you know me.
Don't you talk like you're doing anything. You're not doing anything.
I'm not.
You're not even
right.
real.
I'm not even real. You're right.
You think you know how to do things, and it's like you don't. You don't know how to do things.
Don't even
You
talk
keep
to me.
pretending that you know how to do things, and you don't know how to do things.
I know what I'm doing.
You don't know literally anything.
Yeah, but I know more than you. So.
You know, okay, what do you know? What do you know that I don't? Huh? What do you know? What do you know? Don't get nervous on me now, Zebby. What do you know?
Women.
You don't know women.
I know.
You don't even know what a woman is.
You don't even know
Describe,
what a woman is.
like, okay,
You
what's a
have
woman?
not spoken to a woman in years. I spoke to a woman yesterday. It was my mother.
I mean, hey, save man.
I'm following the wires. Get out. I'm doing my tasks. Alone.
Holler.
My tasks.
Woman present doesn't count. There's two women
Spire, you by
present.
this door?
I'm by a door that I'm turning into a open hallway. What's up?
Sai, name a woman that's not Oprah.
Okay.
She doesn't even go here. All right, now I gotta do the all-important turn off the disarm the trap so Zebby doesn't run face first into it.
I'll be
Yeah,
fine.
that sounds good.
Probably.
That sounds good.
Shut up, Shrek.
No, honestly, it's for the best. Good thing in there, Mary. Good.
I might just be a guy, just a little guy, but I'm still a little guy. I'm just a little guy. Well, I did tinkering, so I did a puzzle all by myself, without anybody else. So
Oh my god, you did a puzzle by yourself? Also, I just did a puzzle by myself.
Your mom? Welcome in
Well-
Deep Station. What about my mom?
Sai, do you remember when I got really excited over
Here.
kids' word search puzzles a couple years ago?
Zebby, you don't need to.
Yeah?
But I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna
Just
get
watch
it.
you shock yourself like 4 times.
I got it.
Okay, come here.
got
I need
it.
your help. I need your help. I need you to help me open this door.
Okay.
And then we're gonna go do the one that's behind me. Actually, let's do the one in front of us too. Quick. Quick, quick, quick.
Oh.
Okay,
Okay.
now we're gonna go back. Hi, Sai. Somebody's here. We got a
There's guy.
friend.
Yep, there sure is. Let me with the brick.
Yes, you brick.
Close this.
Okay.
Close that, and he'll never know where we went.
All right, button time.
Left time.
Left time.
God, you scared the shit out of me. I didn't know you were still following me.
Yeah. I'm just a silent lady. I'm so
Maybe we should have done this backwards.
Shut up,
Dude,
shut
get
up,
out of
shut
here.
up.
No one wants
Shut.
you here. Get
Shut.
out of here.
Shut.
There's
Let's
a man
go.
in that bathroom.
All right, so we've done C section. Now we need to do B section.
Oh, hello there, friend.
I think I got this one.
I did.
Yes, mate.
Did I do something in A? I think I got the one in A.
You probably did. Yeah, this is the one that I got. Then here's another bunch of wires. Hello.
Hello, friend. Oh, he's tweaking out a little bit. It's okay.
Okay, that
What
one's
is that?
done.
He has like a
Tweak
lead
out a
pipe
little
in his
bit.
hand. What is that?
Who is that?
He's got bandages on him. Has like a lead pipe in his hand.
Eh.
I'm following him. I want to see. Oh, he just closed the door behind him. Wow.
He's not real.
Okay. Dang. Pop up, I guess. He closed that so like. Swap.
Okay.
D maybe?
Okay.
Did we do the one in D? Can I open this? No, I can't. My baby.
No, I gotta go back down to ground floor to close the section. But I'm also finding more wires.
Did you just jump? Okay.
Okay, he's
I'm
done.
fine. Shut up. I'm fine. Oh,
I don't think you're fine.
I'm fine.
I think you have a
You're
ton of
tell-
issues.
You're telling me what. to
Okay,
do,
so
and
we're
I don't
missing
appreciate it.
B in this section.
Hello, mother. The mother woman thing. What is
Mother
it called?
woman?
Big, I don't know why I called it. Big,
Mother woman
big
person?
Mama? Is her name like Big Mama or something like that?
Oh.
Right?
I didn't realize that would.
Yeah, that's
Make an
why I
alarm.
ran. That's why I ran away. They're looking at a lot of people right now.
Hi, Sai.
Hello.
Hi. Battery.
Bet you.
Button.
What?
Door.
Did we shut down the factory?
No, we're not done yet. We still need to do
Oh.
A. We're missing D and A section.
Uh oh. I got a electrotherapy man over here.
Listen,
Nah, he's the
on
one that has
bright
the
side-
night vision goggles.
He sure does.
On the bright side, I'm too much of a coward to actually get in trouble when I'm just doing the tasks rapidly because I'm scared.
Okay, but we're only missing one right now. We just need to figure out which one it is.
Yeah, I probably should have kept tabs on which one I was doing.
You're doing great. You're sweating. Stop
You're
sweating.
sweating.
Sorry. You sweat.
You're
You
sweating.
look like you look like you sweat.
You look like you sweat. My name's
Well,
Debbie. I go outside and I sweat.
With all that fur, you're definitely sweating.
Chat, you doing okay? Not dead, right? Chat's not dead, right?
I'm dead.
Not nearly at each other's throats as much as these two.
Ah, come on. You know, they love it.
I-
Chat, you love it,
I
right?
wanna
You guys
fight
love
Debbie
it.
so much.
Yeah,
Oh, I found
you love
it. I found it.
Are you not entertained?
Oh, nice. Okay, we'll go down to hit the button. God damn it, where was the stairs?
Got it. I tinkered. I tinkered. Aren't you proud of me? I tinkered.
Oh, Molotov man.
Zebby's being accosted.
Did you run into the barrel lading?
I froze a little bit. I'm fine. I was a little bit frozen. I'm good. I'm good. She ran away. It's fine. I'm good. I'm good.
button.
You hit the button?
I hit a button.
Just a little bit. I'm okay. I'm
God, the fucking music. It's so fucking jarring.
alright.
Oh shit, is there more?
I guess there's 4 buttons.
4? Oh my goodness.
Okay, maybe it still
One in
goes
each
further
section?
further back. Because I'm in section C.
Brain cell.
No, I'm in section D. Did we hit the button in C?
I hit the one I think in C, yeah.
Oh, I see. I see.
C
It's
is
not
green.
marked.
All the other ones are red, C is green. And I've been testing.
No. There's 4 like switches
That is
on
a
each side.
Very big unit.
Oh!
So is C left then?
No. There's multiple switches on each. There's A, B, and C on D, A, B, C, D on C, etc., etc.
Jesus.
Okay.
Thank
great.
goodness there's 100 switches. I like Zebby's idea. Let's just burn the place down. That
That's
one's
what I'm
a
saying.
lot
We
easier.
could easily start a fire in here. There's a lot of highly flammable items in this building. I know that for a fact. Okay.
This is the one that I
That's right,
did.
That's what you want, little freak. I'd hit you with
Yeah.
this bottle in my hand.
Very mean. You're very mean.
I
What have
ought
I
to
done
hit
to
you
you?
with this bottle. I ought to
When
hit
have
you
I
with
ever
this
been
bottle.
mean to you?
I could break this glass over your head.
When have I ever been mean to you, Zebby?
I'm gonna hit you with a rock.
I'm gonna hit you.
I should do it. I'm just gonna watch you. Look at you. You're so sad. Look at you. Oh, that was so sad.
You know what else is sad? Watching you try to do anything any day. Any day.
Arson is the answer? I wish. I wish it was an option.
Try and hit me.
Okay, yeah, we're missing... Ooh!
Get kicked, idiot! Get. Why can't I not kick? Did you just unlock it for them? Okay, you did.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Cool. I just unlocked the door for her.
Like she attacked you, she's like, I can't get out here, and you're like, okay, yeah, hold on, let me get out for you.
Let me help you out real quick.
Oh crap.
Okay, I think I'm good.
Oh, that's right there.
I think I found the last one, by the way. Give me just a second.
I can't find crap right now.
Well, have you checked your butt? That's usually.
Have you
No.
checked your butthole?
No, but I see you spitting a lot of it out.
All right, last one. Buckle up, buttercups.
Did it? We shut down the factory. We're
If
back.
all of us, we are evenly responsible for shutting down the factory right now.
Correct. I didn't wonder
I
around the
helped
same Abrams.
so much.
We
definitely
are
helped
leaving,
a
children.
very large amount.
Okay, Zebby. Zebby.
Come on! That's fine! Just go. Yeah. I can't help you.
Alright. I got it.
Okay, bye.
Get the hell out of here.
Bye, Rex.
Bye, spider. Bye.
Oh!
Batman!
Sorry, I got scared. She's out here. All right, go. Now. No. Faster.
Sorry! We're good. We're mine. Oh!
Hit the button.
I walked over it too late. I'm good. We're good. I'm just seeing more tentacles. I'm fine. I'm just seeing horrors beyond comprehension coming out of the floor. I'm fine.
Right.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Oh!
It's like listening to a road trip with kids. Are we there yet?
I'm not touching you.
I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
Mommy's not touching me.
Oh! I did terrible. It's fine.
B for bad. Don't worry, the A also stands for ass.
Does that mean that if I had get an A plus, I have an ass plus?
Right.
Hi, Faye. Are you okay? Do you want to watch Man in the High Tower later?
Before, like, oh, you have to get S to get, like, a good grade. Like, the S stands for stupid.
Nah, this game is like very hard into like the American patriotism, so it doesn't do the S scoring.
I
Pizza.
feel upset.
How upset?
I feel like I need to eat my hard drive a little bit.
What does the hard drive taste like?
Static.
You
Pop
inspire
buzz.
me. With partners
tastes like
like you,
buzzing.
I can just pile on the
It
sadism.
tastes like when I try to eat honey.
You're beautiful. I'm going to shower you in humiliation.
You're funny.
and
Don't you ever do
contempt.
that again.
Okay. I'll never be funny again. I can
Thank-
promise.
I didn't
Jack, you
realize
did
what
it.
he says when you get an
Stop.
A+. That man just said he's gonna shower me in humiliation and contempt.
What does that mean?
Me too, girl. Me too. Honestly.
Okay.
Shower and disdain.
Okay, dear, tell me what you
And
need.
regret.
I feel so lucky to be alive in an age
Hello?
of miracles.
You good?
An age of miracles in the year of our Lord 1964.
You have to think of the therapy like you're getting a tooth drilled or some minor surgery. It can be a little
Flow up.
uncomfortable,
You're
but
gonna
you'll
flow
feel
up,
so
little
much
guy.
better when it's
Little
over.
guy gonna flow up on the floor. Yeah, you're gonna flow up.
I really do hope you feel better.
Well, someone's
Oh,
getting
good
real
lord.
luscious.
Holy shit.
Sure.
Oh my god. Damn, I need to play
What?
this game more so I can get like the premium rooms. This person's in here that just set up like Chinese New Year just through and through.
What? I wanna see.
I think that's
Like
from
it feels so busy in
hack.
comparison to my room. My room feels empty.
Oh. Oh wow, this is really nice actually. Dang, they're living it up in here actually. Low key.
Is that bags of rice?
They're kind of living in here though, actually. This is I've been locked in. Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's all
They
the.
just left. Oh, they phased out of existence in front of me. That's scary.
They
shut the
stopped
door
being
and-
real.
I shut the door and slowly turned to them and they left the game. That's
You need to try to stay awake in the
Wow,
shuttle.
people have like really nice.
Don't inhale any more gas than you
Great.
absolutely have to. You should be able to go 2 minutes holding your breath without passing out.
Oh.
Keep your head straight. Listen for my word. I promise you, I'm trying.
Oh. Okay. Oh, there's. Wait, I got a form on coil. Oh, it's from Clyde again. Cross state lines to file report following altercation with Oklahoma law enforcement.
Oh.
Summary below of surveillance and research of Sergeant Leland Quayle of Blackwell, Oklahoma. Anecdotal evidence of abuse of animals, sexual assault as a child, leading to military academy education. Teenage criminal tendencies kiboshed by recruitment into local KKK chapter. Married at age 19, wife dies 6 months later after, quote, falling downstairs. Leland Quayle joins the Marines to avoid investigation. Quayle serves 2 years honorably in the Pacific Theater, 3 confirmed enemy kills, 2 suspicious American deaths in his company. I was wrong. He wasn't dishonorably discharged.
Oh.
Upon return to Oklahoma, resumes Klan activity, which segues naturally into law enforcement job on police department payroll since 1947.
Wow, I don't like that.
Yeah. And then here's the paper on charisma, the Sinyala facility. Albianos. Anyway. Oh god, I have more? Wait, there's more that I missed? Oh, it's the Astor's one.
Who's Amelia?
Amelia is the one that's escaped.
She's the one that got eaten by crabs.
The one that lives in the walls.
FBI.
Right. The FBI ate her. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Hey, you got it.
No, you're thinking Amelia Earhart. This is Amelia, not Green, but something else. The boyfriend's name was Green.
Wait, Sai, come here. Sai, come over here. Did you see this?
Wait,
room?
hold on,
it's just
Zippy.
like
Where are you?
the Catholic shrine room. What's up?
Come stand here and look up.
Oh,
Oh, I don't like that.
we're looking at Billy.
Yeah. You think I can steal his clothes?
I reckon you could. Sai, come here and look at this Sai.
Living in the walls of the people who live in the walls? Yes. Oh, Jesus Christ.
This is very.
Oh, Jesus Christ, literally. It gives the steel floor, the brick walls, the
guy
concrete
who's-
ceiling, and just Jesus everywhere. It gives Saturday Night self-flagellation.
I need you to know the guy whose room this was standing at the opposite end of the cafeteria, just looking this way.
Oh,
Somehow
good.
makes this a lot worse.
Oh, great.
You just like turn around. He's standing. He's standing at the end of the table, just like squared up.
He
just-
was over here. He was standing here, just
What is it,
looking
chunk
over here. So he's
dive?
like off in the distance. Like
Oh, the diner is still here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no,
The
this is a
diner
different
one
diner. The other one was like
diner.
colored blue. This one's colored purple.
Oh, this is so cool. I love this, genuinely. It's so neat.
That better be 20 cents for pancakes. I hope to God that's 20 cents for pancakes.
Instead of $20, it would have to be 20 cents.
2 for 50.
Orangeade, lemonade, and root beer, 5 cents.
Man, that must be nice.
The choice is always yours.
All right, though, guys, but I think that's gonna be it. Oh my God, Chunk Dive's trying to invite me. No.
Yeah,
No,
that's the second time he's trying to fight.
Disconnect!
I'm really
Disconnect!
scared. I'm really scared.
Scatter! Get out! Get out! Leave while you still can! Go!
All right. What are y'all doing the rest of this week?
Streaming sometimes, I guess.
Oh, fantastic. And anything specific?
I'm gonna play Maneater tomorrow.
Man, the classic game?
The shark. I'm gonna eat
Oh,
people
gotcha,
tomorrow.
gotcha. Yeah.
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 Hmm.
What about you, Zebby? You got anything to plug?
I am going to be playing Schedule 1 with D tomorrow, but I'm also streaming a bunch this week, and I'll probably be playing things like Who Would Have Thought, Voices of the Void, and A Date with Death.
Really? Wow.
Ooh.
Okay.
I know, so off-putting for me to be playing Voices of the Void, right, guys? It's crazy.
It's just really
So
surprising
off-putting.
that I
Totally
didn't-
not you relaxing
like the
and
only
streaming
thing.
maybe every 2 or 3 in-game days.
It's
Listen,
a little
listen.
surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. It's so not common for me to be playing Voices of the Void.
Oh, have you
I've
also
never
found
got
your
to
dear
go
friend?
down
Have you found your dear friend's skull?
I microwaved him. Yeah, I had it, and I already microwaved it, and now I'm just that sticks are being left from me everywhere, and it's really fun. So
Excellent. I'm proud.
I love
It
it.
was so funny
I
how
love
excited
it.
you got when I told you, like, hey, so have you microwaved the deer skull yet? You're like, no, but I'm going to.
Oh boy.
I love events in the game. It's such a good game. Anyway, thank you for having us, Marin. It was fun.
Of course.
Yeah.
It was a good time. I'm sorry it took so long to get the game, but it was fun.
It's okay. It's okay. Your intro was pretty fucking fast, so I mean, it works out.
Yeah.
Ooh.
My brain went boom.
All right, we're gonna raid Tommy. I'm gonna be back tomorrow noon CST.
Tommy time.
We're gonna be yapping tomorrow.
Yapping.
How much
Yapping.
yapping can you squeeze out of one person? Me, a lot.
Do you know how much air can run through that woman's vocal cords?
Until my throat gives out, which usually is like would have to be like 8 hours of straight talking.
There you go.
This
Well, we
bad
know
boy
what
can
she's
fit
doing
so many
tomorrow.
words.
That'll be 10K for this session. How would you like to pay? Listen, we do have the sugar daddy fund on Throne.
Mm-hmm. You should go on Marin's throne chat and
No,
yeah.
chat convinced me to add a stupid thing to Throne that's literally just a 10K full cost fucking donation.
Yeah.
It's not what is it? What's the other thing called? The you can't pay it like parts wise. It's like 10K flat. It's
not-
probably never gonna
it's
get
not
paid, but they thought, but
paid.
chat thought it was
You
funny as
have
shit.
To pay the, okay, that's great. Actually, thank you for that.
Ugh.
It's what we like to call glucose guardian bait.
Amazing.
But looks like
You never
Tommy's
know,
going
someone
over
just might
some
do it.
his usual shenanigans and videos, so I'll just throw y'all over there.
Yeah.
But until then,
Hi,
guys, thank you for being
Tommy.
here. Thank you for being awesome. You better follow every one of these nerds.
I'll explode if you don't.
Oh my god, Sai didn't speak in chat. Sai didn't speak in chat at all today.
Did I not? What?
What?
I didn't?
Oh.
That's not it.
Huh?